Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, December the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? You guys can hear me, you can see my screen, and yeah, happy birthday, Joe-G. So hope it's a good one. All right, guys. Well, you just take a look at all the EV plays, especially the China ones. Just pick NIO, LI, or XPEV, all in disarray, but also the, as I call them, the infrastructure EV plays. So fuel cell, yeah, I made a mistake. I know it's a gap down. Fuel cell is a big gap down. They did a financing. Looks like it was after hours. Yes, so they announced their financing after hours. 34.5 million shares at $6.50 a share. So it's holding a little bit above the financing price, which I guess is a good thing. On a personal note, I did take a short of PLTR in the pre-market. I took it right up here, just on the break of 23. Got in at 22.93. I've covered some at 22.25. Just waiting to see if it can break down through 22. It's fallen in hard times the last couple of 3 days now, and I noticed Morgan Stanley also put a downgrade on them. So see what happens. Support down around here, and I doubt if it'll get down there, but see what happens. One of the reasons why I take shorts in the pre-market is that we don't have to worry about the uptick rule, and you can get the shorts virtually immediately. The stock is now down over 10%, so trying to short it now might be a little more difficult because of the uptick rule. So strange how the uptick rule doesn't apply in the pre-market. But anyway, there are other things happening. NAOV. Now this one could get interesting, though it's very, very close to the 200-day moving average, 161. It's right at it, in fact. NAOV. I guess they published some independent study which is favorable. So low float, 10 million in the float. Lots of room, but it's got to get through that 200-day moving average at 161. Yeah, the uptick rule is basically if a stock is down 10% or more. If you want to short a stock, typically all you have to go is go in at the bid, and you'll get a fill, assuming your broker has shorts. But if the stock is down more than 10%, what happens is you might want to go in at the bid, but what has to happen is there has to be some action at the ask, has to be some trading at the ask, then back to the bid, which may not be the worst thing. The only problem is you may be in a queue of a lot of other traders wanting to do the same thing. So it can be frustrating. You want to get into a short and it starts to move down. You have to keep moving your bid down. When that happens, I usually just say forget it. But in the pre-market, even if a stock is down 100%, you can get a short just like that, assuming, again, shorts are available from your broker. And let's see, Aqua also has done a financing. AQUA has done a financing. Don't know what the financing price is. I'm not sure I saw the actual price. All I saw was about $300 million they're trying to raise. Ovid, there's a big gap down for OVID. OVID, big gap down. Look at that, almost cut in half. Well, 50%. Yeah, that's cut in half. Almost cut in half. Negative results for whatever drug they've got. JetBlue, another one doing a financing. JBLU, another airline, of course, doing a financing. 36.5 million shares at $14.40 a share, so a little bit underneath the financing price. I'm seeing CLRB is sneaking into my gappers. What did it do yesterday? Got up to 177, so it's just at that level now. Let's see. CATV is also a gap up. Is it holding its gap? Yeah, I have my doubts. I mean, this actually capped all the way up to 228 and is pulled down to 190 at 228. Yeah, or 230 odd. 230. It's pulled back. We'll see. It's a low float, 18 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it. Lu. This is an earnings play. Yes, it's a China company. Earnings play. LU. So they've released earnings. This may be maybe their first earnings release. This looks like there's an IPO back here. So this might be their first earnings release. Released after hours yesterday. Now I could probably name just about every EV and EV infrastructure play, but here's Plug. I'll just look at a few of them, of course, ones that are well known. Plug is down. Some of you were talking about Rene Sola yesterday, and so here we go. So they actually announced earnings after hours. So in advance, it looked interesting, but they released earnings, and now this is gap down 15%. SOL. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of these flyers. Now they're starting to drift down. Corsair is now drifting down also. Yalla, YALA. Yalla starting to drift down also. I mean, I had a great day yesterday. I'm sorry, that was 2 days ago. I keep forgetting this is not today's candle. This is yesterday, so it's continuing down. Maybe some support around 1080 or so. AHT, maybe keep an eye on this one. See if, again, it's, there's the high. See, when I see these, when I'm doing my pre-market work, I get a little excited. It's up here at 262, but it is really, that's a big percentage drop. AHT. Remember boy, these SPACs, some of these SPACs are just getting dumped on now too. HCHC, this was up to 1450, down to 11 now, 1140. There's a $4 drop from 2 days ago. Again, I'm just going to pick on some of these ones that are, we've been following them for it seems like months now. There's WKHS, another big gap down, 22%. EV play. Oh, okay, they do not repeat. Okay, well that makes sense. I thought I looked at it and I thought I saw it had it was your view also, instead of, because I remember when I took it off that view and I just put new all the time, I had my history. But got it worked out. COGT. Okay, so now this is holding. This is not bad, it is holding. And they are actually, here's the news I see. Upsize is $100 million equity offering. See if there's a price. $9.75 a share. Interesting. So this is an offering at $9.75 a share. So this is way above the offering price. I'm going to see if this kind of, later on this starts to fade into it. $100 million, about 10.2 million shares at $9.75 a share for approximately $100 million. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this NAOV. It's already up a lot, but it looks like it's trying to get through that 200-day moving average. 161, you see that there's the green line right on the chart. There's that 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at this one looking left. The next high looking left, no, I'm sorry, way up here, is, so there's 170. I mean, it has a shot to get into the twos, I suppose, but I mean, it's already up 136%. Solo, again, I'm just picking on a few of these that are solo, is just really, I mean, again, just giving giving all these gains up that, remember, I mean, this was up to 1366. Wow, I mean, that's why I always have I have a tough time finding swing trades. Blink, another one, of course, Blink. There were shorts available earlier. There's still some shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, this takes out 20. I mean, look down here, 965. This is where it came a few days ago. And NIU, another. This is a China in the sector, motor vehicle body manufacturing. So this might have some support around 26, maybe. You look here in the daily chart, maybe around 26. Yeah, I saw ears. I was interested to see if it was going to hold its gain. So, I mean, it's down 20%, 21% right now. Okay, now I don't have that holding on the 200 on the daily. I have here the 200 is 96 cents, so maybe you're talking the VWAP. All right, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. If there's anything kind of interesting. Okay, well, looks like maybe, just maybe, the tide is starting to turn here a little bit. I'm getting way more downgrades than upgrades now, so let me just get some of them in. Guys, take a look at NTAP. As I'm typing this in, I see 3 downgrades for NTAP, including Goldman. And that is NTAP. So that are multiple downgrades for NTAP. I'm sorry. These are upgrades. I'm sorry. Very sorry. These are upgrades. Interesting. Multiple upgrades for NTAP. So there are the upgrades from briefing.com. Let's take a look at NTAP this morning. So it's up a little. Yeah, it's up. Say multiple upgrades for NTAP. Interesting. All right, now let's take a look. Wow, look at work. So work, of course, I think it was finalized last night. The deal with Salesforce, CRM. But it is tied to Salesforce's price also. There's a cash and stock on this buyout. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Man, I see 6 downgrades for work. I mean, definitely keep an eye on work. I mean, I see 6 downgrades for work. And a downgrade for Salesforce. So I guess what they're looking at is, because it's tied into the Salesforce price, they're looking at Salesforce dropping. So I guess they're obviously assuming that work is going to drop too. Man, that is a lot of downgrades, guys. There's a downgrade for Palantir from Morgan Stanley. So there's actually not as many individual stocks on the downgrade. It's just there were 6 downgrades for work. Downgrade for Corsair from Cowen. All right, there were some of the downgrades, some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I don't think there's going to be a huge change. I mean, we use, Trade Ideas uses Slack. I don't think there's going to be a huge change. No, I don't very much. I doubt very much that, Frank. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I doubt that. If that's the case, we're obviously switching out of Slack. One moment, please. Guys. So NAOV is still flirting with the 200-day moving average. So look at this market. We're obviously in for a gap down, a little bit of a gap down in the market. Let's see what happens. Of course, once the market opens, maybe it'll turn into my favorite day. Yeah, so Steve, I mean, your question here was a question. I'm wondering how far what I need what I need to stop to stay in a long trade in this market. I mean, it's very difficult to answer. I mean, you always have a stop. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. I mean, it's really that simple. Don't you can always get back in. Don't start second guessing your stops. I mean, listen, unless you are getting stopped out constantly, then yes, okay, maybe you have to take fewer shares with a wider stop, making sure that you keep your risk amount that you're willing to risk on each trade about the same. But I'm just not a great swing trader. I mean, I just don't have the, I mean, I'm seeing so many of these, I always love it when I see people who are swing trading and they stay in for months. More power to you, I guess. But I'm just not made up that way. I mean, look at all the EVs last week. I mean, my goodness. I mean, last week, NIO was at $56, and now we're down to 40. So there's basically almost a third off. Yeah, they see the thing about it, Steve, is that you know you can get really, really seduced by you know a company and the news you read, etc., etc. Look, I'm not trying to tell you not to you know hold long term. I'm just saying that you know even in a swing trade, you have to have a stop. You know, you just can't. And I'm not just talking to you, but to anybody. You know, stops are so important. You can get super stubborn. You know, what if you were in this NIO? Again, I'm not talking to you specifically, but you're in this NIO at 54 or something, thinking, "Well, it's got to come back. It's got to come back. It's got to come back," and it you know goes down. Maybe it does bounce off 26 and it comes back months later. Maybe it does, but you know, my way of thinking, I'd rather get out of something, have a stop. I can always get back in later, get my money working for me. You can, yes, you can create a watch list on Trade Ideas. Time is it right now? 9:26. Okay. I'm going to give you a video on how to do that. We call it a symbol list. So this is for you, Ethan, in the YouTube feed. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, if something gaps down overnight and you're in a swing trade, you're absolutely right. I mean, those are the risks you run, obviously. All right, I'm going to get rid of these two right here. And I'm just going to make some changes on my other screen. All right, guys, NAOV, still trying to really clear that 200-day moving average, 161. Well, especially rugby, I have no idea what you're in, but I mean, especially guys, and we talk about this all the time. If you're in one of these low float, you know, really a low float. Here's, you know, the NAOV is a low float situation, 10 million in float. Now you might think, all right, I'm taking it right now. You go downstairs and make some toast or some cereal. You come back 10 minutes later. This stock could be right back down to 130. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but when you're in a low float situation, you cannot leave your computer. Even if you put a stop in, I mean, obviously you put a stop in, an auto stop. Yeah, most of the time it'll probably work for you. But sometimes, I mean, that you know, these types of stocks can gap down so quickly. You might only get, let's just say you were in for 1,000 shares. You may only get a partial fill. So my advice is that if you're going to play these low float situations, do not leave your computer. ENSV. Well, there's no volume, so I don't know. I don't really see anything about this one that interests me. Sorry. There's just no volume at all. I'm just waiting on the PLTR to see whether or not it takes out that whole number. This is, again, I'm short from up here, 22.95, and covered some right here, 22.25-ish. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 22. Okay, guys, well, NAOV is on the way, and we are going to open in less than 1 minute. Well, let's have a great trading day today, everybody. Could be interesting. Let's see if the market, we have a bit of a gap down, see if it slowly recovers. If you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list. And remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. We'll start getting some alerts here right off the bat. Look at ZI is on the way down also. Zoom Info on the way down. Box is on the way down also. This is actually an earnings play. Box is an earnings play. BOX, earnings play. Okay, here we go. We are now open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I will miss the early morning runners. Like if this keeps running, well, I will miss it, but it's just the way I like to trade. And we got halted. NAOV just got halted. Now, GKK, before you scream at me, I am out of Mara. I got out this morning. I just don't like the way this market is trading right now. I didn't see a big pop in Bitcoin. I can always get back in. Okay. And, well, Yahoo, guys, for me. Look at this gap down for PLTR. Ooh, boy. I say I'm in this one right up here at 22.96 on the short pre-market. I covered a little bit here, waiting to see if it could take out 22, and boy, did it ever. All right, guys, so waited on this one to see if it could take out 21. So popping off 21, I covered a lot more right around here, around 21.37. I don't have that much left. Oh, this is shortable now. How many shares available here? Yeah, only 11,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to pile into it yet, but there's this one, of course, from 2 days ago, the big flyer from 2 days ago, big drop. Most of the day there were no shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, man, look at this. So there we have Blink. We've got, there's Carnival. So we've got a nice opening 15-minute candle is red. I missed, well, mention this one. We have 6 downgrades for work, guys. So in case you don't know, CRM, I guess that the deal has been consummated, but it is also tied into the CRM share price. So, you know, look at the CRM share price gapping down. So there's work. I'd concentrate on the Palantir, but yeah, there's GMHI, yes. Gores, Metropolis. None of these SPACs are taking it on the chin also. This was last month. Remember, this is only 2 days. This candle right there. Okay, so I'm looking at the bid ask on NAOV. If you did take this one, probably will be okay. I'm seeing 205, 205 on the bid ask when it does open. Talking about the halts resumes right here. Typically these are 5-minute halts, and there, it just opened. I'm just going to say 5-minute halts. Boom, it just opened. All right, guys, there goes NAOV. So again, this right from the get-go, really no pullback once it cleared that 200-day. I'm not in this one. And I, again, typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I know I did take that pre-market trade, but that's a bit of a... I don't trade the pre-market that often, but it just seemed to be too... Just a minute, please. Another one of the, it's not a SPAC, but this was the one that was acquired, VLDR. Look at this one. Okay, so here we have a bit of a, I don't trust this yet. I mean, this is a gap down and reverse so far for plug. But listen, you're gonna, well, actually, look at the market. If you're gonna play these bounces, good idea to have the market on your side a little bit. And so look at this. So here's that bottoming tail. Let's take a look at the SPY. So there's a bottoming tail on the 15-minute chart. There's that opening 15-minute candle. So this was red all the way down there, but it's starting to bounce somewhat. Now, it depends on, will this continue? If this continues and we start to get a, 30 minutes, 45 minutes of green candles, then some of the bounce plays will certainly work a lot better. There's Box, another one that's gap down is trying to reverse. This is an earnings play. And 1715 is the 200-day moving average. So look where it is. It's just on top of it. Semi. I think I waited on this one for months to get to this level. CEMI. So yeah, this is halted again. So the rule of thumb, kind of. I mean, the first halt, especially if a stock is whipping higher, usually pretty good. By that I mean that when it opens, it's usually gaps above the price that it got halted at. The second one, it could be still okay. It's the third halt that usually is the one that, is the scary one. Okay, guys, obviously I'm all out of the Palantir. So we're getting some bounces now. So we're getting some big bounces now. And BlackBerry, BB, I don't know what to make of this one. I mean, had the big news yesterday with Amazon Web Services. So we're starting to get a lot of gap down and reverses. As opposed to this one, gap down and keep going down. Ovid, bad data. So this is what I'm talking about, guys, in my gap continuation or reverse. You see all the blues. So these are all stocks that gap down and now they're trying to reverse. Again, this is something I'm sharing. Okay, so Cat B. Ah, man, look at the look at this gap here, potential fill. What's the high right there? So this is above that high. So, I mean, look at the void, guys, for Cat B. Low float, 18 million in the float. I couldn't see any specific news on it, other than the fact that it gapped. Be great if it here the pre-market highs 234. All right, NAOV just opened. Okay, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45, and that is on purpose. Look, I mean, here's another one. Look at this gap down for JMIA. I mean, they're still below yesterday's close, most of these gap downs and go and reverse, but look at the reversals. Yeah, so this is what we call maybe the bad halt. This is halted on the way down. So yeah, I'm looking at what it's stacking up to be, 194, 194. And again, that's from your broker. That's not from Trade Ideas. You just have to, look at your broker's bid and ask. Yeah, COGT. So when I look at COGT, what do I see? I see looks like there's pretty good resistance, not that far away. It's at 1136 right here. The high's right there, 1168, 1165. There's probably a little spiker, 1178. So right here is the problem area to get through, and even over here. So it's not, it's not that clean, in my opinion anyway. Well, we're certainly getting a lot of gap down and reversals. I don't trust them. I mean, the market is not. We're putting in a red bar again, guys. So we had that little topping tail right there in the SPY. I'll just mention CATB. I mean, this has a ton of room. Just don't see the news on it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for CATB. I'm sure it's out there. Okay, so JetBlue is actually reacting not too badly to its financing. Not too badly in that the financing is at $14.40, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Well, this one, finally, I'm not in this. We waited on this one to take out $6 forever, it seemed. And it would kind of tease us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, and I just gave up. But this is finally really starting to move. CEMI. Okay, well, okay, well, let's see if it gets through here. COGT. I just think there's pretty decent resistance right here, but it is a low float, so anything can happen. 6.7 million in the float for COGT. Anything could happen if it wants to take this area up, but it still has all this. It's too bad. Exactly, Steve. In the YouTube feed, yes, that is correct. Wow, look at these bouncers. I mean, these ones that gapped down and bounced. Okay, so I'm trying to see. This seems to be. I don't know if this is just emergency use authorization. This is a diagnostic test kit from Lucera Health, and this seems to be the reason why SEMI is moving. This is not. They're not called that, but maybe it's kind of a sympathy play, or they're involved with it's called Lucera Health. Doesn't look like that is a public company. Lucira Health, and I think this is the reason for SEMI's huge pop here. Well, this is the. I mean, look at the run it had right at the end of the day. Kind of held pre-market after hours. Here's pre-market, continues. All right, Palantir. I'm not in it anymore, but now starting to give it up. I'm not in it anymore. All right, here's another one. No action at all really in the pre-market, but look at OBLN, probably a low float. Yep, 6 million in the float. Look left on that weekly chart. It has some room up to about 180-ish. And that is OBLN. Okay, so a couple of some from my watch list right now. There's the COGT 1142, 1174 now. SEMI 678. I'll be waiting to see if this can. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. It looks like it is definitely clear of that now. Did it yesterday. Continuation. Cat B 227. All right, now what's the float? 18 million in the float. All right, guys, I've taken some of this Cat B. What's the pre-market high? Let's see if we can take out the pre-market high. I've taken some of this Cat B, and let's see. I mean, obviously, I have to love the potential gap fill, low float. Let's see if I get it in quickly. I don't want to let it get down below here, this 214. I'm not necessarily going to let it get down there. If I just see it trading the way I don't want it, I'll get out. But You know, there's my absolute get out, 215. Well, I mean, with again, what I said was it looks like there could be some decent resistance right around 180. All right, guys, you know, I mean, if you have the AI, you know, there was certainly one, two that I was drawn to, especially the short. I guess I don't, yeah, it's no secret. So there was the short. You know, I can tell you now, I don't mind showing it now. It's after the fact, 1448, 1407. Yeah, I saw Pfizer in the pre-market looked. Yeah, Pfizer PFE. And what is Moderna doing? Moderna was actually down quite a bit in the pre-market still. So it is still down. Still down from yesterday's close, mRNA. All right, guys. Now, so we've got two from the AI. I didn't take the other one, the COGT. Probably should have. 1142, 1180. So a couple of quick ones from the AI. All right, guys. I'm out of the CATB. I will get back in basically flat. I almost took the pop to 237. So I will get back in if it gets into the 230s. I just don't trust these smaller ones, but if it gets into 235, probably retake it. So, you know, my idea on this one was that it might stall here. I think it can still stall up in this area for COGT, but it's a low float. I mean, anything can happen with these low floats. Sometimes you just have to throw resistance out when it's a low float. Wow, semi. Certainly no let up yet. Semi 678 on the alert. Let's see if it takes out 7. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. This is why, you know, it seems like, well, it was months ago. We were watching this back in, looks like that's August for a big 6 break, and it just never really happened. There you go. Give me a moment, please. All right, well, there's a nice green candle. So, you know, the gap down and reverses should continue to work for, look at semi, guys. Wow. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that is coming into semi, CEMI. I'm not in it, unfortunately, but here it is, the trigger, 678. I'm going to wait on this Cat B, see if it takes out this level later on, and we have to appreciate this huge gap potential fill. Just don't see any news on it. All right, so this one got, okay guys, it's a big pullback for NAOV, and now it's trying to recover and just got halted again. Acre. Acre. Let's see what it's. So it's a low float, 8 million in the float. I don't know. There's some new Acre's proposed merger partner MYMD. I think there's some news. So their merger. So I guess they're trying to merge with the company MYMD Pharmaceuticals. Announces an issue of a key patent. I mean, I don't know how tremendous that news is. I mean, this is when that news hit, I guess. Looks like there's some, you know, resistance, you know, right in this area, 225 all the way up to 240. All right, guys. Well, CAS, CAAS is coming back. How are the rest of them? Yeah, so some good, wow, some great bounces on these China EVs. I'm not on mute. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, I obviously Turco said thanks, so you can hear me. Oh, so there's a huge bounce. So if you got into I mean, I got into this one. I'm out of it. Scramble to get out. GMHI. So there's a bounce. Look at the market, what it's doing. So well, look at the bounce for CAAS. Okay, somebody's actually saying that I have low volume. Are you guys experiencing the same thing? Okay, so I'm getting a bunch of no's. So got to be on your end, Steve. Loud and clear, so everybody's saying the same thing. It's got to be on your end. Don't know what to say, Steve. You know, I've done a little poll in the trading room, and also I see some people in the YouTube feed saying my volume is normal, so don't know how to help you. Okay, guys, CATB moving again. CATB, guys. My alert there, 235. Yes, I'm in. Now, can it take out 250? 238 is going to really have to be my stop. It's just a question of, can it take out 250? Sometimes these 50 cents can be the stalling point for these stocks under $5. They can be, it's just a psychological level. I'm just watching. Yes, yes. There it goes. Maybe 250. Yes, there's my alert right there at 235. I'm in at 235 again. This is exactly what I said. I said if it could get up to this high, I would probably take it again. You have to love that gap. Remember, I don't tell you guys what to buy, when to sell, okay? Just throwing out some ideas out for you. Okay, guys, I've taken some out at 250, just in case I can't really clear that. Yeah, that's a cat B, so from 235 to 250. I'm hoping for a lot more. You may not get it. Stick an alert up here at 256, see if it takes out that high. Just wish I could see some news on it. I just don't see any news on it. Boy, this is the one I wish I were in. I wish I were in. Well, okay, how's my watch list perform? So, Cogit, COGT, 1142. There we go. Okay, let's start inducing this upwards. Okay, so from the alert at 1142, where did it get up to? Got up to 1186, not bad. Of course, the semi 678 got up to 733, and this one on a percentage basis, fantastic, 227, 259 now. So far the watch list is performing. So guys, you saw what I did on the Cat B. You know, I got in originally, had the drop, got out flat, waited, because, you know, not quite trusting it, got back in. It takes some out at 250, just waiting to see if it can still have an opportunity to keep filling this void. Well, these little, you just got to be careful, that's all. No, I see. This CIIG made in my watch, or CIIC made it in my watch list, but it won't trigger up here unless it takes out yesterday's high. Doubtful. Look at BlackBerry. I'm surprised, but there's BlackBerry over 8 now, over that whole number. Okay, so a word about the AI. Oh, I see it's in a reshort. Interesting. Of GMHI. I'm going to comment on it a little bit later. Yeah, we've seen some really, really nice rebounds. So there's NIU is actually now just slightly positive. NIU. Another one, FUV, of course, along with Solo. Trying to bounce a little bit. Still negative for the day. Okay, Cat B, maybe. Let's see if it can take out that high of 270. Okay, here's something that's been halted. AIV has been halted. And this is halted because of news. This is not a volatility halt. This is halted because of news. AIV. I don't know what the news is yet. All right, guys, we have a certifiable winner now, definitely for Cat B on a percentage basis. I mean, you gotta love this void. I mean, I just don't see any news on it, but who cares? Who cares? Sure, if somebody wanted to scour, I don't know, Twitter or something, I mean, there's got to be some reason. I just don't see the news for Cat B. It had earnings on the 12th, but you know that is not it. Westdale is buying them out. Seriously, is that the news for Cat B? Oh, okay. AIV, okay. Oh, I see that. Yes, you're right. Receive a takeover approach from, yeah, I see. Actually, it's interesting because I see that news at 9:18 or maybe even earlier. And it didn't get halted until 10:07, but almost an hour later. Okay, guys, I am taking some more out of the Cat B. Don't have that much left. Actually, it should have been 235, but I'm not going to quibble about 3 cents. Oh boy, what a great look at this semi. Oh man, look at the volume coming in too. I mean, and it's a low float. Look at the volume coming into it. And as somebody pointed out, it almost has 21% short float percent. So it's a low float situation, 17 million in the float. 20% of that float is short. What does that mean? Well, if you're short, what are you doing now? It depends where you're short from, of course, but it might be a lot of short covering could be starting to take place, which of course just fuels the buying. Well, just because nothing's triggered. It's that simple. None of the filters have been met. For something to happen here, it has to be below yesterday's low. Plus, other filters have to be met. Volume and relative volume. It's just a matter. Nothing is triggered because none of the filters have been met, or the event has not been met. So for instance, Blink is on the list, but look what it's doing. It's not below yesterday's low. Never got down there. Well, it might have, but remember, this has a delay for 15 minutes. So at the very beginning, maybe even, yeah, it's at the very beginning, yeah, it did get below, but okay, so if you look at when a stock is halted, so this is halted, okay, NAOV. So there it is. There's the halt at 165. So typically, if you look at your time and sales or your bid and ask in your brokerage platform, it should give you an idea. So right now, what I'm seeing is 160, 160. Okay, now does that mean absolutely 100% it's going to open at 160? No, but at least it gives you a little idea about the direction. So it's just a matter of looking at your brokerage platform and seeing the bid and the ask. Okay. So for instance, this is what I'm seeing, 160, 160. Okay. And that is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something like that. All right, well, I don't have that much left, but it still looks alive here. CATB, don't have that much left. But wow, what a you salivate over these. I mean, look at the volume, guys. 61 million shares, 18 million in the float. So this has already traded the float 3 times. Again, for those of you who are new, the float is the available number of shares for trading. So that is a supply of stock available for trading. When there's demand, for whatever reason, usually there's some kind of a news catalyst, or maybe it's an earnings play. Again, I can't find any reason, but I'm not going to quibble about that. Traders are piling into this, and that's what can happen. So when we talk about trading the float over, you just divide that float number into the number of shares that have traded. So, it's going to trade the float probably 4, 5, 6 times today. The lower that number, the better when a stock is in play. Yeah, typically they're all 5-minute halts, typically. So that's why you see 10:11 plus 10 seconds, 10:16 plus 10 seconds. Normally halts are 5 minutes long. And these are, we call them circuit breakers, whatever you want to call them. It's just a matter of the stock has either gone up or down too much in a period of time, and a computer kicks in it and just stops, halts the stock. It's that simple. And then typically they are all 5-minute halts. Now, sometimes they're not, but if they're not, then it's usually a multiple of 5. Well, I mean, look at the daily chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to this 200-day moving average, but I mean, there's no resistance for it. Yeah, all brokerage platforms will show, some. Now, it doesn't mean absolutely 100% that's what it's going to be, in terms of the bid and the ask. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and I didn't really go, but wow. Again, this is a low float situation. Do not leave your computer if you're in this one. But we're just seeing some tremendous reversals today. I mean, stocks are still way under. I mean, it's still down 18% WKHS, but from the bottom, 18, 20, but a $2 pop for WKHS. Yeah, look at Moderna now, guys. I mean, mRNA, has it gone positive? It has gone, yeah, big positive now. Now, I'll trade this one typically, well, I've never traded it, but I mean, it just got absolutely hammered yesterday. This was a high of about 180 yesterday, got all the way down to 130. Yeah, you see, there's GP. Now, if you're wondering, well, why isn't it showing up in the watch list up? This is because it shows up here, but it will not show up here unless it, somehow took out yesterday's high. I doubt that's going to happen. Doesn't mean you can't trade it from here. Wow. Word about what on WWR? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean it's the trade of the week. Obviously it has come down like a lot of these. This is an infrastructure play, a lithium play. So all to do with the batteries. So I don't know what you mean by any word. Yeah, look at fuel cell. Fuel cell, FCEL, off the whole number. What was that financing price? 650. So this is actually reacting well to the financing. Oh, okay. Now CEMI is really wow. That's a big bitch of William. I know you were short this, I think, but I know you're not still short the CEMI. So again, keep an eye on the C8. If you're in this, do not take your eye off this. I mean, 18 million in the float. You saw what happened with CEMI. So just be very aware. The same thing can happen in a heartbeat. I don't have very much of this left. Well, William, I wish you well. Not quite yet, though. I'm going to put my levels in here. So 235. This is for my video that I do later on in the day. That's close enough. Okay, now look at this. Has this gone positive? JMIA? Yeah, this has gone positive. Well, that's up to you. I can't tell you what a good exit point is. I mean, you have to have your, if it takes out 3, I mean, I'd be wary of it if it takes out 3, but you know what? I mean, you have to have your own plan in mind. I don't know where you got in. I don't know if you've taken some profit already. I'd be a little worried if it took out 3 again. But that's just me. I mean, you're getting some topping tails on the 2-minute chart. You've got a topping tail there. I mean, we may have topped out. This is not short. So here's the situation, William. So this is not shortable at Interactive Brokers, Cat B. But it is at obviously a Fidelity. Okay, well, fuel cell, nice bounce for fuel cell, way off that financing price now. So this was definitely a day for the reversals. The gap down in reverse, you just see how many there were. Well, this is the same symbol over and over again, but with Box and JMIA. And that is one of the scans that I am sharing. What time is it? 10:27 already. What a fast morning. So I think what I'll do right now, usually I wait till 10:30, but I'll start my spiel right now. So welcome to the room. If you are new to Trade Ideas or new to the trading room, this is the format. The room is open between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. And I'm going to put my home page in here. A lot of information on my home page. All right, if I click on my homepage link, so if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's the promo code to use, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, 15% off either the first month only or the entire year. So you click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Premium Standard on an annual basis, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between Premium and Standard is the AI. Okay, there are other differences, but the main reason that people take our Premium service is to have access to the AI. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard monthly is $118 less the 15%, or $228 less the 15%. And again, that discount, and please listen carefully, that discount is only good for the first month. We get a lot of people who see the emails coming and, hey, how come I was charged full price the next month? It's only good for the first month. If we offered the discount every month at 15%, why would anybody take an annual plan? But if you do decide you want to upgrade from Standard to Premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 15% promo code. On my homepage, a lot of other information. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I mean, this trade of the week, I mean, it got hit. I mean, it was great for the first couple of days, WWR. It's still valid. I mean, the trigger was 595, 592, 595, something like that. I mean, it was worked very well for the first 2 days, but, the market is kind of soft right now in these EV plays. So you have to trade it the way you see fit. But this is a free service. You get it, I say, about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap of what's happened in the room. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, all my scans that I'm sharing right here. And education links. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this one. The 20 lessons in 20 days. I am going to put that link on its own. I think it's a very important link for anybody who's brand new to Trade Ideas. And if you click on that link, you'll see what I'm talking about. Very quick. Again, you don't have to, it will take you way less than 20 days. But so, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. Okay? And even if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can take a look at this and you can see some of the basic features that we have to offer with our program. Now, I do not know if Michael is going to be, he's busy studying for a test, so I don't know if he's going to be in the YouTube feed from 12-in-1. He's our IB, and we're going to go over this a little bit later, our Brokerage Plus IB expert. But what happens is I moderate the YouTube feed between 9 and noon, and then back between 1 and 3. Between 12-in-1, another trader takes over. And again, typically on Wednesday it is Michael. I don't think he's going to be in the room today, though. But I will put this link in just before I take my break. I take a break between 12 and 12:30. Daily webinars, we're back to, I guess, this schedule again. So today's webinar is the Q&A. That's the one that I do attend. I help out text-wise, post-wise. I'm not on the mic. But we have them Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. And educational videos here and some ebooks. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. Just sizing. Okay, so I'd be very wary now if you're out of CATB, okay, because it's broken down now through. So I'm completely out of my trade now. So I said if it takes out 3, look out. Now it could always come back later on in the day, but right now, I'd be very. If you haven't taken any out, I mean, you should have. You can't if you got in around this level. 225, and you saw a stock go up to 3, you have to take some profit. All right, I do want to talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. So once the market closes, the AI gets to work. What is this one? I don't think I've ever seen this one. Sorry, SIOX. Another fairly low float, 29 million. This is not an IPO here, probably just a name change, symbol change. I always say name change, but a symbol change, so it always looks like an IPO. So it did have some news this morning. On track to report top line results from a low dose cohort, etc., etc. So there was some news on it. Okay, back to the AI. So once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine on those 50 baseline strategies. So here are the AI strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Why did they make the cut? They have the right profit factor and win percentage combination. And I say this every day. Personally, I don't care what strategies made the cut or from where they came. You notice we have 3 AI segments. I don't really care. All I care about is what are the alerts. So this is what I would do. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on New and then AI/Holly strategy, trades window. When you do that, this is your window that'll pop up. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop price, up to you to manage the trade. I use that as a watch list all day long. So I don't take every trade. I have a certain price range that I happen to like, the under 20s, but that's just me. And, it's like a watch list, just like this. This is like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, they'll trigger early. Maybe they come back to the price, kind of like what happened with the CATB. So, I mean, there's no, people ask all the time, is there a video on how to use the AI? No, because there's no right or wrong way to use it. But again, this is what you're presented. So what I would do is I would have this window, oops, I would have this window and then I would open it and then I would incorporate it as part of your layout every day so that you don't have to open it every day. It's just part of your layout. And so when you open trade ideas before the market opens, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. But before I do that, just to explain a little bit about trade ideas, we are a scanner. And I like to call it, we're an event-based scanner. So what do I mean by an event-based? So you can set up your own criteria of what you like to see. So for instance, in the basic new highs and lows, which I'm sharing, here are the filters that I'm using. Now you might have a completely different idea of a price range that you want. Of course you can change it. But I'm looking, between 1 and 20. I want it to be trading at least 4 times normal, minimum 400,000 shares and up or down at least 4% from yesterday's close. Of course you can change it if you want. There's nothing magical about what I'm doing in terms of my filters, but again, you may have a completely different idea of a price range you want. So this is what we call an event. So these are the filters. And if with these filters satisfied and a stock makes a new high or a new low, that's when we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's what Trade Ideas is really all about. You can create your own events. Now, we also link with many brokerage platforms. Linking, we have an external linking tool, okay? And you just basically follow the instructions. So what does linking mean? All it means, it's a time saver. If you click on an alert and you can establish the link between your broker and Trade Ideas, then it's going to show up in the order entry in your broker's platform. From there you can trade it. Okay, that's what it is. It's a time saver. Now, we do have a special arrangement if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account. So listen to me pretty carefully, because people get the wrong idea that, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, then I can't use Trade Ideas. This is what the Brokerage Plus window looks like. So if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window to trade so that you don't actually have to trade from within Interactive Brokers. Doesn't mean, though, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to use Trade Ideas. Does not work with TD Ameritrade, no. We're still testing it. It is not only with Interactive Brokers right now, okay? Cannot tell you when it's going to happen with TD. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this link in, and it's a video on how to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, add to. I'm gonna give you a link. Yes, you can create your own. We call it a symbol list. Okay, so this is for you. Anybody else who wants to create their own watch list, symbol list, we call it. I've just put a video in. Okay, creating a symbol list. Okay. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus, then the Brokerage Plus window is loaded. Well, first of all, it's only available in the downloadable app. It's not available in the web-based version, but you'll see it up here in the toolbar. If you have an IB account, you just click on Live and you'll connect to your IB account. But watch the video because it's going to show you the port number to use, etc. Okay, so simulator, though, for a lot of you, you're going to use this as a simulator. Yep, you just copy it, just like you would normally Excel, a spreadsheet, just copy and paste. Follow, if you watch that video, it'll show you, I mean, you know, if you have a list of symbols already, just copy and paste it into the symbol list. So again, for a lot of you who are new to trading, I really, really recommend that you use our simulator. Just click on the sim, box will pop up. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. This is something I took on Monday. This is the trade of the week. You know, now, yeah, I'm holding it because, no, I'll be honest. I mean, if I had taken this if I'd taken this in my account, there's no way I would have let this happen. Come all the way back down to where I bought it, especially when it was up to 7. Where was it up to? 774 from a 614 entry. Okay, but I'm just going to hold it until the end of the week and see what happens. So that is what you can do. You can also, it's not just for intraday trading. If you take a trade during the day and you don't get out of it at the end of the day, then it will carry over. We give you $100,000, you know, in the play account that you can play with. Now, what I would do though is, you know, just because you have $100,000, if your account size is $5,000 or $10,000, you know, don't go crazy just because you have $100,000 in the simulated account. You know, I would try to keep your buys to something that will, you know, more mirror what your actual account size is. But this is how you do it. You know, you just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Here is the price you want to get into, you can pick. And if you're going long, you buy it. And if you're going to short, you sell it. So let's take RMG. Okay, let's just take RMG. What's the spread like? It's a bit of a... Let's find another one with a slightly better spread. Okay, not that I'm just showing you how you can do this, okay? I mean, I wouldn't do this probably because it looks like it's getting into that, but I just want to show you how you can do it. So there's Blink. I'll take a couple of hundred shares. I'm going to go in right at the market because the spread is only, well, at that point it was only 3 cents. So it took the trade at 21.92. You can see it right up here. Now, always have a stop. You know, before you get into a trade, you should always have a stop. So I'm going to put the stop. I mean, I'm going to put the stop, but again, you should always know where your stop is before you take the trade because that'll determine how many shares you're going to take. So I'm going to put the stop at 21.49. Add the stop order, 21.49. And you'll see it'll show up right on the screen. So if it goes down to 21.49, I'll be taken out for an $85 loss. I can put a target if I want. Let's just put, I'm just going to, you know, just want to show you how it appears on the screen. So I know it's kind of jumbled up here, but you can see if it gets up to 22.26, if I allow it to take me out there, I'll have a $67 profit. Now, these lines are movable. So we get the question a lot, you know, can you put trailing stops? Well, I would use this like a trailing stop right on the chart, you know, where I would, instead of putting sort of an artificial percentage or dollar amount below, I would use this. I would start raising this. Let's say the trade really started to work well. You know, you'll probably start to see other support areas on the chart. So I would be moving this, you know, to those other support areas. Now, you don't have to use the chart to do all this if you want. You know, if I want to get out of this trade right now, I could just flatten it. Okay, these are hotkeys. and I don't really like the way it's trading. So if I were really trading this, I'd probably, there'd be a part of me that says to get out, or I could get out at half, or I could double. Okay, so these are hotkeys that you can use, or I could go right in here if I want to, trade another. If I don't want to get out at half, I want to get at 50 shares. I could just type 50 in here and get out at the price I want. Yeah, see, there's really not a phone number that is going to work for that. Are you trying to, when you say you're trying to get into your website, are you talking about the trading room? This trading room here? Well, when you get into a trade, you can just add them. Okay, well, I'm going to give you see if this works for you. I mean, it shouldn't be difficult. I don't understand why it would be difficult, but I'm going to give you a link. This takes you, and then you'll see the trading room. Just click on trading room. Yeah, so when you're in the trade, again, you should know this ahead of time. This is not something you kind of make up after the fact. You should know, where your stop is. I was just showing you how you can take a trade. So when you're in the trade, when you get into the trade, then you can add your stop, right click and add stop order. Okay, this would not be grayed out. I can modify the stop order if I want, but so when you're in the trade, just right click, add stop order. And when you're in the trade, you can add a target. Okay, it's just a matter of right clicking. This is the simplest. I mean, we can get more complicated, but I'm just trying to show you how in the simplest way. No. Question was, can computer hotkeys be linked to Brokerage Plus? No. Okay. Nope. Nope. The dreamer is still here. Now look at PLTR. So this was my short, pre-market short. Worked out extremely well. All right, I'll have to send you to our homepage then. Yeah, I don't know why that is happening. So when you type in first name and email, how can it give you invalid email or password? I want to join the room. I don't understand how that happens, but all I can do is I have no idea why that's happening for you. So all I can do is send you again to our homepage, and you can start a discussion. Okay. Yeah, phone support is not going to help you in something like that. It really won't. And phone support is really just for, account issues, accounting issues, which is this is not. Yeah, the YouTube it is the same, CC. The big difference is there are just more traders involved here. Okay, it's more active. Okay, more active ideas, etc. It's easier for me to hand out links. in this room here. But I mean, in essence, I mean, you know, they see the same thing and they hear me the same. So you can stay in the YouTube feed if you want, but if you want to join into a more active trading community, then you want to get into the trading room. They're both trading rooms, just one is more robust than the other. Yeah, I saw that one, and it is an AI alert. It's worked out pretty well. It was some kind of a dividend, wasn't it? A $5 dividend. A five something dividend. $5.97 special dividend. So you can see, I mean, that's why I guess it's up. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I did not want to get out of this one. I wanted to show you how that works. So you remember I put the stop in at whatever it was, 21.50. So it took me out for the loss. Okay, that's how that works. Again, this is in the simulator. I was just demonstrating how all this works. Okay, so you see, you can just, if you recall, this line right there was a dark red. Okay, the minute it hit the stop, it turns into this faded red, and it shows you how much you've lost on the stop out. Okay, so that's how the stop works, right on the chart. Okay, so Steve, it's just a different filter. Question is how to modify / configure the volume up 5-minute alert to a 1 or 2. Now that it's only going to be for an alert window, not in a top list window. So if you're talking a top list window, 5-minute is the lowest volume. But if you're talking about an alert window, an A window, then if you click on configure and search and type in volume, there's the volume 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, okay? But this is only available in an alert window, not in a top list window. So if you have a window that has a T in it, then 5-minute is the lowest time frame. Okay? So it's not a matter of modifying the filter, you just have to add another filter. Does that make sense? NRGD. Yeah, I don't trade ETFs, but I mean, obviously this is, so obviously oil must be going up. This is an inverse. So I just don't trade ETFs, okay? So I can't really comment on it too much. I guess the oil numbers came out at what, 10:30? Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Well, slippage is always, it's not a it's you can't get away from slippage, all right? If I want to get into a trade, say CATB, and I'm looking at the bid and ask, it's 237, 238. You know, I mean, it depends on how fast the stock is moving. But again, you should watch this video because it's going to talk about how you can, I don't know if you've watched the video. But you'll see right here, for instance, so there's something called the limit offset. The limit offset, okay? So the limit offset is going to tell you, okay, how far outside, so I get an alert at 184, but maybe it's a really fast moving stock. So this limit offset, you can say, okay, I'll take this stock, and it's up to you. You put, say, minus 0.05. That means you would take this trade all the way up to, say, 189, 5 cents outside of the actual trigger. So you can call that slippage, whatever you want to call it, but you know, you may not be able to get it. If it's a fast-moving stock, you may not be able to get it. Even if you're auto trading, you know, you may not be able to get it right where you want to. So that limit offset is basically saying, okay, I'm willing to go this far outside of the actual trigger price. But you should watch the video because it talks about. So it's not a matter of how bad is the slippage. I mean, if it's a fast-moving stock, there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, does that kind of make sense? Absolutely, it goes both ways. You want to get out of a stock. I mean, if it's a fast-moving stock, you know, you can't control that, especially early on in the day. You know, later on, that's why, I mean, the first 15 minutes, you'll get big spreads, you know, a lot of stocks, fast-moving. You know, I'm looking at CAT. I can't remember what the spread was, but I mean, it's a penny spread right now as an example. It has settled down. But my guess is as it was moving higher and higher, I can't remember, probably a 2 or even a 4 cent spread at some point. Yeah, Marco, I just don't trade the micro, I don't trade the E-minis, so I can't comment on it. I'm a stocks only person. Okay, so wow, JetBlue, yeah, it's holding. 1440 is the financing price, so it's done a good job at holding that price. JBLU. Okay, so things have really settled down now. I'm not getting any new alerts. Okay, so semi may be setting up again. It's basing a little bit here on the 5 minute chart. It might be worthwhile putting an alert around 7:06 using our price alerts. See if it takes that out and see if it can start to challenge those highs again. I mean, it still has a ton of room looking at the monthly and the weekly chart. Still has a lot of room on a percentage basis if it wants to keep moving. Okay, kind of like that. See how well this holds 7. Like to see some volume too. Okay, guys, so I'm in this trade and I'm gonna 70 actually got a pretty good fill 708, yeah, 708. So I want to see if it if it starts to drift down to 7, I'm just getting out. So just to let you know, you don't have to do the same thing. You don't have to take the trade, would have liked to seen a little more volume, but so that's I don't know how to answer your question, David. The question was how many days do I set up the EMA in your charts? I have the EMA on all my charts. Okay, so the 8 EMA on all my charts. So I mean, it's not a matter of the number of days. It's just I have the 8 EMA on all my charts. So be it a daily, weekly, monthly, 2 or 5 minute or 15-minute chart. Well, it's okay. It's the 8 EMA. It's the 8 EMA. Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure you can use DAS with Brokerage Plus. Notice I say almost, but I'm anybody in the trading room that uses DAS and Brokerage Plus. I can't see why you can't. Okay, so Let me keep watching the semi. I mean, we have to be aware of that high right there. Okay, so we do have a VWAP break. However, I will warn you that it requires volume, okay, and volume confirmation. And I know we're looking. So I mean, if you look here, configure and VWAP. Oops, I spell it right. So crossed above and crossed below, but this does require, so you'll see sometimes where the stock will cross the VWAP and you say, why didn't I get an alert? It requires some volume confirmation. Now we're looking at changing that, so you will get a real time, but it is what it is right now. So here can be your alert, and then you can use the, if you wanted to use something like this, volume 1 minute, put some big percentage, a volume 1 minute burst. You can use that in combination with that. Okay. Okay, guys, listen, yeah, wow. Okay, so out of the semi. This was just a scalp trade for me right now. I'm going to wait to see if it can get back up to this area. So basically just about a 12-cent scalp out at 720. Again, understand, I'm not telling you when to take a trade or when to get out. But I do see these topping tails here, so that might be... Yeah, I would have liked to have seen more volume on that break. A little bit of volume, but I would have loved to have seen maybe a volume bar like that on that break, but didn't get it. So it's right back up, but I'm out of the trade. Again, does not mean you have to be out. I mean, obviously you can tell. I mean, I do a lot of different things other than just 100% concentrating on trading. So I have to kind of figure out, areas that I want to get out at because I don't want to be distracted and forget. Yeah, Server K. I mean, this is just something that's automatically calculated. When you click on an alert, a real-time alert, you'll see sometimes you'll see a red line, and it's just showing the next high looking left on a daily chart. Okay, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's just a notification. There's the next high looking left. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's see, Oxy is a nice, did not take that one from the AI, but you can see 1560, 1612 now from the AI, and benefited, I guess, from the oil numbers to a certain extent. So yeah, how did NTAP do with, what was it, 6 upgrades? Was that the one that had the 6 upgrades this morning? Mentioned it. All right, I'm going to put an alert up here, 724. See if it takes this high out. Still a little leery about, I mean, at 740 is fairly close to the high, so well, the China EVs certainly had a nice bounce today. I don't know if they're positive yet, so NIO just went positive. LI just went positive. And XPEV, actually XPEV is the best one in terms of a percentage move, and it is now very positive. Yeah, I mean, it looks like, well, the SPY's only down, 0.02, so SPY looks like it's going to go green. Dow is only down a little. There's a SPY, just went positive. And NAS is just a little bit under. So this could be a great day for these bounces if this trend continues, turning into my favorite day when we get the gap down and then a recovery. Why my favorite day? Because a lot of stocks that got beaten up because of the overall market being down, and for no fault of their own, I mean, no bad news specifically to the stock, will start to recover like this. GKK, are you in the room? All right, guys, 11:14. I'm just going to check to see if Michael, I don't think Michael is going to be. Okay, yeah. So Michael will not be in the YouTube feed today. Chris will be in the YouTube feed today. He's actually getting very good at Interactive Brokers and Brokers Plus. So I'll give you the link just before noon, just before I take my break. Oh, that's right. It was Work that had the 6 downgrades today. Okay, we're getting alerts here for Sequence Communications. Where are they out of? Paris, France. Okay, interesting. SQNS. There is the 200-day looming on top for SQNS. Okay, so here's Aqua. Aqua, I don't know if the financing price has been. They want to raise about $300 million. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the price is though. I don't see a price. Anybody have a price for that Aqua financing? At any rate, it's not acting too badly right now. Just don't know what the price is. Just can't help yourself, can you, John? The class clown. You know what, guys? Keep an eye on APHA. I mean, cannabis play over 8. The high yesterday was all the way up here, 872. It's a big float, so it shouldn't be too crazy. Do I know a way to highlight when multiple alerts can't come in of the same ticker? No, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Yeah, you missed it. Were you looking to take on an annual or a monthly plan as Sensei? Okay, I might be able to help you there if you're willing to take out an annual plan. I've just sent you a private message. Can you see it? And give me your email address, please. I just don't want you to type it into the room. Can you see the private? I don't know what you see on your end. Hopefully, a box popped up. I'll try to answer your question. I don't think so, Michael, but okay. All right, so just give me your email address, okay, so they can find your account. I'm sorry. First of all, are you a subscriber right now? No, 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 no. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm talking to somebody in the other room. Okay, just again, just give me your email that you're going to use to sign up. No, thank you. Okay, that's all I need. Okay. No, I know it gets a little confusing. Toggling between two rooms. Give me a moment here. And do me a favor, can you just click on this link? Just a second. Just click on that link, please. Just let me know when you've done that. Talking to you, Sensei. Okay, great. Okay, so now okay, so I've told her and I've given you your email address you're going to use to sign up. Okay, so contact her and she should set you up. Yeah, my pleasure. Okay, so Michael Crosby in the YouTube feed. Okay, so if you're asking me, for instance, here's 3 in a row, you're talking about in the same window? No, I mean, there's no way to specifically say, okay, if it happens 3 times in a row, have it in a different color. No, if that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? Yeah, no, there isn't a way to do that. No. Yeah, I mean, it's been worked on for months, Sam. It's difficult, So I wouldn't hold your breath. So, but listen, any I keep saying this. I'm not a broken record, but anything could be a swing trade. Okay, I mean, take a look at Oxy as an example. If you think oil is going to keep moving, in the direction, and this closes well, and if when you look left on that daily chart, 1727 is the next high. Excuse me, next high. I mean, Oxy is an AI alert, right? From 1560, it's at 1623 right now. I mean, you can make up your mind if you think, yeah, okay, I think I'm going to swing this. If it closes well, it has some room. I mean, obviously it has to clear this, but I mean, if you look all the way up here, I mean, this could turn into a fantastic swing trade. There's no magic about swing trades. There's no, 3 indicators. Use these 3 indicators plus this and this, and that'll give you a swing trade every time. I mean, market conditions. What if oil collapses tomorrow for some reason, as an example? We don't know that. Well, you just have to read. You ask, is it a buy right now? Well, you have to read the terms of the agreement. It's a cash and stock, so I mean, it's all tied with CRM stock too. So if CRM, got hit this morning, it's rebounding a bit, but it's all talk. It's all tied in. So I did notice there was 6 downgrades for work this morning. I don't normally see that. Yeah, but it's something we don't recommend, Milano. You can full auto trade the AI if you want to. It's just something we don't recommend. We think the best way, I mean, if you wanted to take, sort of auto trade on the entries, but then manage the exits, okay, that is maybe, but we do not recommend full auto trading the AI. But you can do it. I'm not going to stop you from doing it. Okay, boy, again, that XPAV, that's a tremendous bounce. What were the highs here? Yeah, I mean, it's still well below those highs. It's only 6 days ago. I mean, when all these EV China plays were just absolutely ripping, almost up to $75. Got down to 40. I mean, $35. Ah, welcome, Gobi or Gobai. Welcome to the, I'll call it the Trade Ideas community. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas and you haven't watched this, I would highly recommend that you take a look at this, click on this link, 20 short lessons. Gobi like the desert, okay? I can pronounce that. So yeah, I would really recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. Anybody brand new to Trade Ideas, this is a great way to get started. I always say this is just kind of a cute marketing thing, 20 lessons in 20 days, but it will not take you 20 days. But all of the basic features of Trade Ideas are covered here. The top list, the alert windows, multi-strategy, customizing charts, things like that. They're all covered there. Even this like COGT is came back. I mean, again, use this like a watch list. You can get entry points all day long. You have to have some knowledge, some chart reading ability, of course, but you can get setups all day long, just like in the AI. Boy, look at all these guys coming back. Look at FUV coming back also. Look at the volume coming in. FUV, it went positive. So, who knows? Let's see what happens with the EVs tomorrow. Merriman, I remember, I haven't seen this one for a long time. You can see why. A couple of months of doing nothing. MAC, MACK. Let's see, you see any reason for this? A low float, 13 million in the float. Check that monthly chart. Looks like there's a pretty good resistance around 627. So, that's far enough away on a percentage basis. But right now you're kind of in chase mode on it. Oh, I don't know why Tesla is down. But it's come back. I mean, a lot of them, they've all come back. 541, so it is tacked on. I'm not saying they're all positive, but they're coming back. What's the news on Spotify? I don't know. Don't see any. Don't know. Funny, I use Spotify all the time now. Hopefully, Cutis is not in the room, but it's just the free version. I'm just piping in my music. This actually was probably, if I think this was the very first one to do that direct to market IPO. I think it was. In April of 2018, I believe this was the very first one. Yeah, boy, what I mean, I'm not if you had held it from here, you would have been in agony for a couple of years. But look at this year though, from April on. Wow. But I don't see any news on it, Amy. I mean, I can only look at headlines, and if I don't see the headline, I cannot. Yeah, I mean, this is on the 12th. Strategic acquisition megaphone, but that's on the 12th, so I don't see anything today. What's the difference between TSM and TSE? Oh, well, there's the difference. Okay, sorry. Boy, look at Cogent, COGT. Nice little red bar ignored right there. The 5 minute chart. What am I talking about? If you look at this 5 minute chart, you have a green bar. That red bar is, well, let's see if it's totally 1175. So it's not quite, but it's almost totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The tops are the same. And then the next candle is green, taking out the high. That can present a buying opportunity. Especially with so there's the trend, the pause in the trend continues. Called a red bar ignored. Oh, I know they're different companies. I know they're different companies. Just somebody was posting TSM and I wasn't sure if they meant TSEM. I actually have that on my watch list. It just hasn't triggered. Well, look at that float, guys. 6.7 million in the float. Let's see, what do we have here? 1208 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It's right there, and after that, 1232. I mean, it's not the nicest looking daily chart, but it may not matter. We don't do level two, Mustafa, no. As we always say, your broker has level two. We do not supply level two. It's not so much how do I apply float. I don't look at, I mean, most of the things that I see, because look, I'm looking at stocks that are from $1 to $20. Typically, there'll be low float situations. That's all. It's not that I put a float. I don't put a float maximum in these. But if a stock is moving, 38%, 40%, 100%, typically it'll be a low float situation. That's all. So it's not a matter. It's not that I'm actually zeroing in on low float situations, but for the things that I typically look at, because their stock's under $20, if they're moving, they typically will be a low float situation. But if a stock was moving 37% and it had, 100 million in the float, doesn't mean I won't take it. If that makes sense. Well, it hasn't been stopped out. I mean, it's up to you for your trading plan. It hasn't been stopped out. There's the stop on WWR is that 20-day moving average. So it has not been stopped out, but it doesn't mean you have to hold it if you don't want to, but it hasn't been stopped out. I mean, look at COGT now. I mean, what is my stop philosophy? As in, always have one? My stop philosophy, I mean, you always have to have a stop. I'll look for areas on the chart where I think there's some support. And if it broke down through that support area, that's where I should get out, if that's what you mean. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay, if this doesn't highlight what I'm talking about, nothing will. So there's the Holly alert, 1142. Look where the AI got out, 1142. Why? Because it popped up and it came back down to the price. But this is why I'm saying use this like a watch list. I mean, look where it is now. At 13, 1292. So you use this like a watch list. You want to get into auto trading? To me, you're doing yourself a disservice. Oh, I don't look. No, it's not percentage wise. It's not that at all. My stop is always going to be based on how much I'm willing to lose per trade. Look at COGT. So if I were willing to lose $100 a trade, based on where I think the stop should be, that's going to. So it's nothing to do with percentage. I'm always looking at an absolute dollar amount that I'm willing to risk per trade. So if the trade goes against me, this is what I'm willing to lose on that trade, not percentage wise, dollar wise. So for instance, and that will determine how many shares I take. So if I get into a trade and it's at $10 and I look at the chart, well, again, before this is all fairly rapid thinking. So if I want to get into the trade at $10 and I'm looking at the where the stop is, so where that stop is, and it's not just some kind of an artificial number. Well, all my stops are 10 cents below wherever I get in. It has to be based on what I'm seeing on the chart. So let's just to make the math super simple, if I get into a trade at 10 and I see there's a lot of support at 9.90, 10 cents away, so that if it broke down through there, I should be out of the trade. So let's say my stop is going to be 10 cents and I'm willing to risk $100 on that trade. I could take 1,000 shares. Okay, 10 cent stop times 1,000 equals 100. And I always keep my how much I'm willing to risk per trade just about the same amount. So it's not like I'm going to risk $100 on one trade, 500 on the next, 300 on the next. Okay, it doesn't work like that for me. So again, and one of the reasons is you don't want to fall into the trap of getting into, with all the best intentions in the world. You get out of a trade, you have your stop, and you obey your stop. You get out, you take $100 loss. You're upset. So the next trade, you say, you know what? I'm going to risk 200. So I can make that 100 back, the loss back, plus I'll make 100. And then, of course, what happens? You do obey your stop again, now you're down 300. and on and on and on. So I mean, you don't fall into revenge trading. You know, you get stopped out, you get stopped out. Just move on, but have a manageable loss. So what I do, for instance, let's just say, I mean, I'll use that as an example. That the one that's at $10, and I have my stop at 9.90 because it's based on the chart. That's my get out of town stop. Okay, but if I saw that thing trading, you know, it's at 10 and it starts to drift down 9.97, it's at 9.95, stalling there. Market starts to move down a bit. Don't like it anymore. I can get out. I will get out at 9.95. You know, I'm not. It's just that at 9.90, I'm absolutely out of the trade. But I could always get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Commissions are so cheap, I can always get back in. It's kind of what happened with the CATB. You know, I was in this one twice. You know, I was in this one a little earlier. And I think it was at 227 or something, and I got out about 227, and then I re-entered at 234 and rode it up. So somebody's asking me, is Blink a, now I don't give investment advice. Okay, is it a short or a long? I don't. I mean, Blink right now, you know, it's had a nice comeback. Like a lot of the, you know, I call this an EV support, EV infrastructure play. You know, they don't make the cars, but I can't tell you if it's going to be a long or a short. You know, I mean, Citron or Street Sweeper was all over these guys, but at this point, I mean, look, if it took out the high there, 23, it looks interesting, but I'm not an investment advisor in that regard, okay, Zara? Still over the 80 MA. All right, now I'm starting to see a little bit of weakness now. Let me see if it's all of them. Not quite. Well, I'm starting to see some red bars now on the 15-minute chart. It's for those China EVs. This one seems to be a bigger one. I think NIO is doing the same thing. Not quite as big. And how about LI? Is it doing the same thing? Yeah, so starting to see a little bit of weakness now again. Boy, Mac did not get into this one. That would have been an excellent area to get into Mac right there on that 15-minute. You can see the break and you can see the volume that came in afterwards. A little bit of volume. Yeah, there was a little bit of volume. You can just sort of see in relation to, I mean, that's obviously huge volume coming in, but even that volume bar, that would have looked huge compared to all the previous ones. So there was the start. So, you know, if you're looking for potential entries, you know, I'm always, you know, I mean, I'm not reinventing this, but I mean, I'm always looking for volume pops. A lot of times you'll see a break at a consolidation and the volume is putrid and the break fails. So I'm always, you know, it's nice to see, you know, something breaking out of some consolidation, but you also want to see volume accompanying it. I do anyway. Yeah, right. Wednesday afternoon football, absolutely. I have football every day. So I'm starting to see, okay, let's take a look at plug. Yeah, I'm starting to see the weakness now again coming into the EVs and the EV infrastructure plays. I'll just call it the EV sector. Oh, I see. You asked me, is he long? I'm not in the trade at all, Zara. I'm sorry. I thought you said, is it a long? I'm not in Blink at all. So this has been a pretty gentle trade from the AI, 1560 up to 1638, but more importantly, very, very few, I mean, just the minorest of pullbacks, okay? This has been a very, very steady trade. Even on the 2-minute chart, just a base here, little pullback, little, like very, very minor pullbacks. On the 15, hardly anything. So this has been a really, what I like to call a stress-free trade, and you'll get that. I mean, there's the float. Almost a billion in the float. That is more typical of stocks that have, high floats. You don't get the wild gyrations. Okay, look at Chris. I haven't seen this one for quite a while, but look at the run it's had. CRIS, and it's not, it's a moderate float, 48 million in the float. Yeah, WWR is getting a little interesting again. It is an infrastructure play though, so just be aware of that. It's a lithium, so I call this an infrastructure play in the EV sector. How is LAC doing? LAC? See the comparisons. Yeah, I mean, this has been the better. And then LTHM. Yeah, so WWR has been more of a star than the other ones now. It has a way lower float. It was earlier. The question is Blink available for shorting? Yeah, it is now. 220. Well, listen, it depends on your broker, of course. But an Interactive Brokers, 200. There are a couple 100,000 shares right now. From time to time, those will just disappear as they get snapped up. So it depends on your your broker, Nick. So somebody contacted, it says, my Barry's watch list updating since 2 p.m. yesterday. Not sure, I don't know if you're in the room. Any information on how to collect TID with interactive AI trading? So are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? It only works with Interactive Brokers. If that's your question. If that is your question, then this is a video that you can watch. Okay, if that's your question. And backtesting strategies, I mean, I can't tell you how accurate it is. I mean, you know, again, you know, when you backtest a strategy and it's getting you in at a certain price, you know, you should have your slippage also in there because, you know, you're not going to normally be able to get in at exactly the price. It's nothing wrong with the strategy, but if a stock is moving quickly, you know, it's just the nature of the beast. I mean, you will not be able to, I mean, if a stock is really moving fast, you know, you'd like to get it in. I get an alert at 180, but you know, what if it's I mean, in a heartbeat, it could be 185, as an example. I can give you a script, so I don't know how to exactly answer that. How accurate is it? But I'll give you a script on how our back testing. Not a script, but a video. I don't backtest, so that's. Okay, when you say you can't hear your voice alert, MB, did you hear it before? You're talking about in an alert window? Can you hear me? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, Chris. You want to start now? Okay, you can start. Start now, and then I'll stop the streaming. So just let me know exactly when you started, and then I will stop my streaming. Okay. And before you start, okay, can you still hear me? Okay, so I haven't stopped the stream yet because if I do, then you won't be able to hear me. So when you're ready, I'll let you know when I'm ready to get back in. Okay, that'll be about 1:20 or so, and so I'll let you know before, and then I'll let you know I'm going to start, and then you can get out. So I'm going to stop my streaming now.
looks like it is passed over to me. Hi, guys. I am Chris Varley. I'm taking over for Michael today, who is studying for CMT. So you get the substitute teacher today. I'll be here from about now till around 1:20 when Barry comes back from doing his video. So free for all, open session. Any questions? Start throw 'em at me, and otherwise I'll just drone on, and bore you guys to death. Do a little clicking around the horn here with Holly. See what she's been up to today. Morning to you as well, my friend. Oxy. Yeah. I don't know. These oil stocks. They were popping on my evening scan last night, but I don't know. I just can't pull the trigger on anything in the energy sector for that stuff. And if you hear anything in the background, I have my daughter here homeschooling as her school is shut down. So, you know, Holly definitely with some decent trades looking around the horn today. Some stops hit too, it looks like maybe here. Yeah. Well, the name of the game. Well, don't all bombard me with questions at once. Yeah. Target hit. Yeah. Looks solid here. Wow, she is in the energy today, huh? NOG. It's an oldie but goodie from a few years ago, me trading. Clicking around, I'll set some price alerts, some different things that I've been looking at in and out of. So let's see what we got here. This is one that came through my evening scan last night. Nice start to that here. And some marking up on this chart we can do for fun. Oh, I do like that. Look at that. Like magic, these things line up. Question, Chris Basic. How do I change symbols without going to the single stock window? So change the symbols handy. What you could do is you could click on the chart and just start typing whatever you want. So and now that I've got it there, so just like that. As long as the charts are linked as well, you see the alert windows up here. If you click on any of the alerts, as long as everything's linked. If it's not linked, if you're not getting that for some reason, you're not linked, let me know. We can go over the linking. Does Holly consider volume when alerting? I would imagine she does. What her volume, or excuse me, what her filter sets are, it's a black box, so not even I know what those are. But absolutely, I'm sure volume filters are involved in many of, not if not all of her strategies. I also understand that there's a spy component in a lot of those strategies too. Again, probably not all of them, but so the direction that the spy moves will certainly affect some of those. So Charles, Chris, when I'm in Barry's watch list and channels, I do not see all of his watch lists, but only a few lines. I'm not sure what you mean by only a few lines. You can't, and on Barry's watch list, you don't get his symbol list. That he keeps to himself. To actually view his symbol list, you can. But what it does is it links to his symbol list, and if anything on his symbol list meets the criteria of that scan, you'll get the alert on it. If that's what you mean, Charles. Yeah, you're welcome, Sandy. Excellent. We don't, Tem, we don't have a Mac OS version. What we have is the web version. It does have some differences. The big one is no brokerage plus on the web version, unfortunately. I mean, the other things I could think of, there's no text to speech, and you can't change the time settings for trade ideas in the Mac version as well. Those are the three big things that I can think of. I can only see one line up or one line down. I'm not sure what you mean by one line up or one line down, Charles. Hold on, let me do something here. Let me save this layout, support layout. Yes, let's replace it. And there are many more lines. Could it be the repeating? I think Charles, because he has one, I believe he has one window that will repeat symbols over and over again if they continue to meet the criteria. And then he has another one that's a don't repeat, meaning once a symbol hits once, that's it for the day. It won't come up again. Yeah, you're welcome, Tom. And I don't really use the web version. In fact, my only interactions with the web version is when I'm trying to troubleshoot for people. I'll log into it and see what I can or can't figure out poking around with that. I'm a PC user myself. I mean, I like Macs, but the PC version of Trade Ideas is much more inclusive. So, what else do we got, guys and girls, of course? Hi, Iris. How are you? I am looking into that scan for you still, Iris, but I guess since we're here, let me see if I can find your ticket here. I've got it buried with 1,000 other tickets, sorry. Da, 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 da. Let me look. Let's take a look. All right. So this is where I was trying to direct you towards with this, Iris. So let's open up a new alert window and let's kill all of the filters in this so we can start blank on it. So what I was looking for is when you were telling me 500K on that the volume is if you were looking for that as a no, you don't have to write it again. I found it. I've got it marked. So I was under the assumption or surmising that you meant the 1 minute or 5 minute volume or something like that, looking for a spike. Now, what you're looking for is just 500K in volume for the day or an average day, something like that. Mike C, how are you? Good to see you, buddy. Okay, so let's do this. Let me see, go over this here. All right, so we want market cap. All right, so if you were with me, we opened a new window up here, Iris, new alert window. We came to it and I went into the window specific. I clicked hide unused, and then it comes with some stuff that's pre-filled. So I just got rid of all that stuff so we can start completely blank. So I see you got market cap here. So come to search. Let's go market cap. And we're going to go market cap. We select it. Let's add the filter. And you want greater than 300K. So we want the minimum volume here, and so we can see that. And if we click here in the middle on the Show Me tab, one of my favorite functions of Trade Ideas when building anything, let's show me and show me stocks where the market cap is at least $300,000. All right, next you want a short float in there. So back to search, short float. And we want the float, not the growth. Again, we're going to add the filter. You're looking for greater than 10%. So again, minimum, we're at, whoops, not 40, but 10. And again, we come to show me, and we can even do that value here, you know. So watch, I'll erase it here and show me stocks where the float is at least 0. We want a 10. Boom. Show me stocks where the float is at least 10% of the float. Click OK. All right, so we got those two so far. I'm not watching the channel. Hold on, let me click it out to make sure that you're with me here. All right. Cybrick, how are you? Yeah, give me a second to finish running through this with Iris, and then I'll get to your question there, Cybrick. All right, so we got that. What was the next on the hit parade here? Relative volume is 1. Back to search. Whoops, not 21. There we go. Relative volume. Add filter. Minimum is 1. Again, show me. Here we go. Current volume is at least 1. And current volume. So now, let's see. We're going to bring up volume. Give us our list. And now, Iris, what are we looking for on that volume? You tell me out of that list of filters, if you can see that, tell me which is the one that you are looking for me to hit on that. So 500. But are we doing it average daily volume 5 days, 10 days, 3 months, dollar volume? We already have a relative volume in there. So there's all that. Can't really see, it's too small. What do you want to do? Let's say 500,000 over a 10-day average. Does that sound good to you, Iris? Alrighty, perfect. So we're going to click 10-day daily average volume. We are adding that filter. You want a minimum of 500, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And again, one more time on the show me. Daily volume, at least 500 shares a day. Click OK, and did we satisfy? And you want a minimum price of $5. Price is always going to be included in the filters here. I don't think that's removable. So, but once again, let's close to show me and do it straight from there. So we've got nothing. We're wide open all stocks. Now we're going to cut it that anything under $5 will not make the cut. And that is the scan. We're going to click OK. And under summary, we can name it. So we're going to name it, oops, scan for Iris. And let's bring it back over here so we can see our work. And it is populating. I'm going to save share to the cloud. I'm going to save that. And I'm going to pass that right along to you, Iris. And anybody else that would like it. And there you have it. So that is your request there, Iris. Oh yeah, it's populating. It's got stuff in there coming in. All right, so now Cybrick. I use ATR for volatility on TradingView charts, but on TI I'm struggling. What values to choose? Could you help? ATR, that's a tricky one for me because I've never in my life looked at that filter, to be honest, other than when someone hits me with the troubleshoot on it. And yeah, Iris, I'm getting GTHX and SSY so far that have come through it. Um, what I do on volatility, a volatility filter that I personally like to use is, you're welcome, Jonathan. So scan that I've been working on, I kind of put on the back burner here. I believe I have a volatility filter in here somewhere. So this is the volatility filter that I tend to use is volatility right here, this volatility filter. I don't know if you can see that, Cyber. I don't use ATR, you know what I mean? So anything that I tell you is going to be kind of a generic Google definition of anything as far as ATR goes. It's just not something as I tell people, I'm a very, very simple trader. Very few moving averages, on my intraday charts, two moving averages on my daily charts. I put the basic stuff on there. And other than that, I draw lines, draw pivot lines. That's it. Asked about wiggle. Barry said it's going to be removed. Um, okay, so like 1500 can be used for volatility then. So like when I'm putting a volatility filter in something, what I'm trying to do is I don't like things that are very volatile. So that's why I put that in. We have a volatility per, you can do it per, dollar or penny, however you want to put it in there. But we have a dollar filter on it and then the percent filter. So if you go into the configure of any scan and you go to search, type in volatility, volatility. So here we go, volatility, and these are the two that I'm going to refer you to. I prefer percent. I like to work in percents. I don't like to work in dollars. That's just a personal preference. But you can add that filter, and like any of the other filters, I'm a trial and error person, in general, and come to the show me, and it's going to tell you where the volatility, for this right now, I'm looking at stocks that have no more than 2.3 volatility, and just to help us out further along here on any of these here, when you can right click on it here and go to the help, and that's going to give us the definition of what that actual filter does. So that loads this page here, and it's going to give you the synopsis here. So this is looking at 15-minute periods essentially on this volatility. So I'm looking, in that specific scan, I'm looking at things that aren't moving more than 2.39% in a 15-minute span of time. So that's kind of my wheelhouse on that scan anyways. And like I said, as if some of you have ever had me in the chat or anything else before, I don't like to trade things with big spreads. I don't like to trade things that are really volatile. You're never going to see me in an Apple or a Tesla or anything like that trading, even swing trading. It's just not my wheelhouse, not my cup of tea. So yeah, so when you're talking about 150, anything like that on that percent, just add that filter to on any of those scans and use that show me in the Windows specific filter area, and that's going to get it to you. The same thing with the ATR. Add the ATR and start plugging it in there. If I'm not mistaken, ATR is going to probably be on a 14 period. Let's take a look real quick for you. So ATR does average true range. Here we go. So and it's in a dollar. We'll click the help. And what is it telling me here? Yeah, 14 period. So yeah, we use the standard 14 period like just about anybody else would. So nothing crazy, fancy, no tricks behind it. Just very straightforward as anybody else. On their charts. Whoever you're using for a broker or anything like that. That's where you'd be at with that. Oh, Iris, I don't know about golden hands. I got several years of staying up all night with bloodshot eyes playing with these scans and things like that. Like a sure a lot of other people I thought I was going to create the master scan like everybody else, and that I'd find something that nobody else did and some trick and catch all the winners before they were winners and all that. And 100 million back tests later, I decided that I don't like day trading. Is what happened. So all right, let's close all that out. That's that. Make sure I save this in case we want to refer back to it again later. And, to repeat something Barry will say over and over and over again that I couldn't repeat enough myself is save it to the cloud. Save everything to the cloud. Individual windows, layouts. You can't go wrong with saving extra stuff to the cloud. And maybe take once a month, go through your cloud and edit out things that you may not need anymore, don't want anymore. But you're never going to lose out by saving everything to the cloud. You have it to refer back to forever and ever and ever. If your computer melts down, anything like that, your hard drive goes, something like that. It's I have everything saved to my local drive, but I also have everything saved to my cloud as well. Do I have my own scans that can be used? Honestly, I just use one scan. I mean, here I'll share the swing scan that I've been working on. I stopped working on it a month ago. Um, Save, share to cloud, save and share. Um, Copy. I'm trying to make something for auto trading. I'm just I have my own theories on auto trading. I'm not overly crazy about it, but that's a swing scan that I started working on sometime in September and quit working on probably the beginning of November, to be honest with you, because I just been so bogged down with other stuff. But you're welcome to it any way that you like. And then basically the only other scan I have is a scan that the few times I've been in here, I share as I call it my evening scan. And what I do is I go through it and I look for things that are setting up in the pattern that I like, which is kind of a cup and handle pattern, trying to break out of a range. I go through those and then I click them. If I like it, I put them on my liked. I have my liked symbols over here. And this is what my liked symbols are doing today so far, as you can see. Pretty green. I'm trying to keep it updated. It's, like anybody else, life is crazy and hard to keep updated. But I mean, that's what my like symbols look like for today. Got some awful ones. This was hot yesterday, not so hot today here at ALT, but look at that yesterday. But I liked it a couple of days ago, made a nice blast off, and here we are today. So that's what I do. I like to narrow down my data. I don't want to look at a lot of data at one time. Oh, you're welcome, Mike. See, I'm always happy to share anything you guys shoot over email at info@trade-ideas.com. If I got it, I'll get it to you. Like I said, I if I open my cloud here, I just actually went through and deleted a ton of stuff from my cloud last night that I don't use anymore. You know, it's not too much is in there. Most of the stuff that I actually have in there is from the Trader's Vault, to be honest with you. So, but like I said, I like to narrow down the data. Analysis paralysis, you can call it. Having five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10 alert windows open and three or four top lists, and then my alert or then my price alert window, and then Holly. It's like there's no human being that can comprehend that stuff. If you have some kind of great spreadsheet setup or something like that, and you like to put the data in that way, that's great. It's not once again not my cup of tea. I don't use Excel for anything or anything like that. I track through my like symbols. My trick is I put them in. I click them for my liked, and then I can see when I clicked it by going over to the heart, and it tells me I liked ALT on November 30th, 2020 at 9:28 p.m. Eastern time. I'm on the East Coast, and that's what I do. I found my niche on trade ideas, and that's how I use it. It was actually funny. We were having a discussion in our chat earlier today about making a challenge of trying to trade without trade ideas, and I said I'd rather walk down a New York City street blindfolded than try to trade without trade ideas. And I don't use it for a whole ton of stuff anymore. I mean, I do play around with things still, but that's that's how I feel. That's where I learned everything that I know about trading through the webinars and the software. Uh, the first swing scan that you created was for no, it's for not volatile stocks, Iris. It's the gist of that the gist of that scan. Excuse me. Is this here? I'll go over what the filters are. So what I'm looking for is stocks between $8, 16.99. They have a average daily 5 day volume of 225K. Volume have to hit 75K that day. Volatility, meaning that in the last 15 minutes it can't have moved more than 2.39%. Um, no higher than 4.99% than the previous close, but it can't be below 14% of the previous close. I have a 120-minute change filter in there. a 30-minute change filter on the S&P. I use a distance from R1 filter. What else? Position in previous stage range filter, previous and 20-day filter, and position in years range filter. They're just those are kind of my go-to, a lot of my go-to filters. And what I did is I just started slapping values in them more or less that were really wide at the beginning of doing the scan, and then I ran the back tester, and then I went through the optimization on it and started going through all the optimizations on that. Nope, I'm not using it all, Iris. I just kind of let it run. I let it go on the back burner. In all honesty, I just my life is like anybody else's. I'm homeschooling. I'm doing work for Trade Ideas, and I'm attempting to trade my own account. There's aside from doing the support with Trade Ideas, there's other troubleshooting that I do within the software. For example, I'm troubleshooting TD Ameritrade's API linkage with it right now, so it takes up a lot of my time trying to go through all that, and I just kind of put the swing scan on the back burner. The other thing that kind of tripped me up with it was just the environment that we're in, politics, monetary policy, all that kind of stuff like that. And what I was creating that scan for is auto trading, and I have no intentions of doing auto trading with the way things are. So I just decided to put it on the back burner for now. I just actually funny that you ask. I back tested it for. I was just testing something in the back tester the other day, and it actually back tested well for the last few days. So yeah, absolutely no, yeah, makes sense. So that's how that's how my intention to use it is. I think what I'm going to end up doing with that scan is there's a few filters I'm going to change, and I'm going to point it at my liked symbol so that it's not just filtering stocks for the entire market, but only filtering the stocks that I tell it to point at. I actually created a video that I have on YouTube now that shows people how to do that, where you can what I show is how to make an ETF or sector list, but it can be applied to any kind of list that you want and pointed at any kind of scan that you want. So if that's something that anybody's interested in, I can always share that as well. But if we run a back test, oh, Iris, you have the capabilities. There's no question about it. If you can log into YouTube, you can do any of this. You could, it just takes time, like anything else. Like I said, I'm not kidding when I tell people that my first probably year with subscribe to Trade Ideas. First off, before I even subscribed, I was going to the 5 p.m. webinars every single day for about 3 months before I subscribed, and then when I finally did subscribe, I was I made there was no these support sessions didn't exist back then, and there was just much less live support than there is now for Trade Ideas when I first started. But I was I was doing 24-hour days, multiple days a week between my job at the restaurant that I had then and just going through Trade Ideas. I mean, I was falling asleep at the computer. That's how much I was, how bad I wanted this. So, E-Trade user, any chance? I mean, yes, E-Trade is on the list. There's no ETA, but I can say that it's on the list. It's approaching, and I don't know if E-Trade will be the next one or if TD will be the next one. But those are the two leaders in the clubhouse at the moment. They are the two that are going to be the next two that get implemented. Will be E-Trade. I can tell you, E-Trade is in testing, actual API testing now. But again, there's a lot of bugs to work out. A lot of bugs to work out. Yeah, day in the life. Mike. See, I think everybody's got stuff like that going on. Not one of us doesn't. So yeah, just that swing test. So we'll just back test it for fun since we're not doing anything else. So back test. So I do not trade early market. I like to let the powers that be shake it all out for us. Citadel, BlackRock, whoever likes to do their stop hunting or whatever. I mean, it's not some grand scheme. It's not every stock, but that those things do exist. So what I do on my back test for this, and I don't trade later in the day. Generally, I won't enter a stock later in the day. I will, on my own personal discretion, enter in the last half hour if something is making my cut. But the end time on this is 12:34. I exit the day after tomorrow on the back test. I don't have any risk management parameters set, just the exit on the time. And back test, let's see, let's back test at the last we've had a solid month going of December, so let's do 25 days of back testing on this just for fun. And if we go to a summary, we can see my summary. We're starting trades between 9:55 and 12:34. Close it the day after. Um, what else do we got here? And that's it. Back, no other risk parameters, no other advanced exits. 25 days is the test. And I tried external linking for TradingView, but couldn't complete on TI. Can I help? Maybe. I'm going to give you my go-to video that I created for TOS, and it applies to basically everything else for linking. The only thing I don't cover in this video is you cannot have overlapping windows. If any windows are overlapping, it's going to mess stuff up. Oh, that's a heck of a back test there. That's encouraging. Also, I mean, you got to look at the market we're in. Kind of, you could pull names out of a Scrabble bag and probably do all right in this market. There you go, Cyber. That's a video I made about linking. I use TOS, so that's my linking video for TOS. It's not too long, only 5 minutes, but I think I cover everything except the overlapping windows thing. So yeah, got a big drawdown there. That was probably before we hit that, but I mean, profit factor I'm very happy with. And the person that I refer to the most, or what I refer to the most, is Bonpara or Michael Noss's videos on YouTube, his channel. If you pay attention to him as far as back testing, auto trading goes, he'd tell you profit factor. That's what you want, not the win percentage. It's not that win percentage isn't important. Profit factor is much more important. So we'll go back on the calendar, and we can see that's a very green calendar. Very few red days on that. But, when I was back testing it when we had some of those down draws in October and all that, this was not back testing well. So, that's the other thing that I think people should do, or that I have done in the past, is I had windows that worked really well in some environments. And when I felt or kind of knew we were in that environment, I'd run those windows. And when the environment changed, those windows go away and different windows come out. You have to be able to adapt in all of this, or learn to sit on your hands if you're not going to adapt. That's all there is to it. I don't short. It's not that I've never done it. It's not my cup of tea, and so that I steer away from shorting stocks. So when we're having those massive down draw days, I'm just going to sit on my hands and watch. Do other work. There's always other work for me to do. So will I learn to short someday? I'm sure I will. I just, I was a trader that had to start. I was one of those traders that's been handicapped by the pattern day trader rule. So shorting wasn't something I could learn at the beginning of trading. I could only go long stocks, and I had to learn to work around that pattern day trading rule to trade. That was my thing. So it's not easy and it's not fun. I know from true experience, but it's possible to do. I can tell you that right now. But you have to be patient. You absolutely have to be patient to be able to do that. You know, like anybody else, everybody thinks they're going to step in and I'll be paying the bills by the end of the month with trading. And if that's what you're looking to do, you're behind an eight ball. That's tough. That's real tough. You read any real trading book, anybody that that's a real success story, anything like that, you're looking at. I mean, a lot of people tell you 2 or 3 years before they're really turning the corner. And that was me. It was it's just over 2 years before I went from consistently losing to consistently breaking even to consistently having winners. And it's not like I'm no millionaire. I'm not one of those guys that's trading $100,000 lots and stuff like that or whatever. I'm very modest, small gains, chip away, chip away, chip away. Slow and steady builds an account. Oh yeah, well, I had to learn, Iris, what disciplines I had and didn't have. It's also why I moved to swing trading, because in day trading, I constantly move my stops up and down in ways that just would beat me up. I'd move my stop up and I'd get stopped out and it never hit the original stop. And then I'd move my stop down and it would blow right past it. And then, I never gave myself a chance to, as a cliche goes, I never gave myself a chance to let my winners run or cut my losers short. And that's why I had to get away from day trading. It was getting old for me. Oh, I'm up 300 in a stock, I'm down 300 in a stock, and Okay, well, I made 10-day trades today, and everyone was a $300 winner and a $300 loser, and I walked away with $10. So all that work, you know what I mean? All that work all day long to pay the commission. Didn't make any more sense to me. So throw them at me, throw them at me. More questions, more questions. I'm stuck here for almost another hour. And by stuck, I totally don't mind. I really enjoy doing this. My swing rules? Yeah, so anybody that's been here and heard me before, I'm sorry this will be a repeat of all of it. However, I look for kind of cup and handle patterns. Breaking a range is what I like to try to look for. So, how do I select what AI you want to trade? All right, so Casey, give me 1 second. I just want to hit this question on the AI, and then I'll come back to what my swing rules are. All right, so Noah, if you Noah, do you have an AI window open? Let me know if you got an AI window open. Okay, so first, what you want to do to get an AI open is come up to New. All right, click New, and you're going to look for Holly, AI Holly Strategy Trades window. You're going to open that, and it's going to give you a window just like this here. All right, and that's going to load up all three segments and show you all the trades that the AI has made the entire day. And then you can edit it from there. So, Noah, tell me when you've got that open. Let me know when you're with me, Noah. And then I'll go over how you can change the segments and some of the filters on it if that's something you want to do. Cybrick, what do you mean it keeps closing on its own? It just completely shuts down? Because that's you're the only person I'm hearing of as far as that goes. Um, the B plus paper trading. All right, so Noah, you're going to come up to new. All right, new and AI Holly strategy trades window. I'm not shutting it down. I don't know. I mean, nobody else has come at us with this thing. You're not logging on to TI from two different locations, right? You're on the same PC at all times. Ugh. Oh, Mac parallels. Okay, well, all right. I'll look for your ticket. If it's a Mac parallels ticket, I don't usually come across those because I'm not the Mac troubleshooter person. I'll look for your ticket there and see if I can pass it along. I don't use a Mac and I've never used Parallels. So years ago, I used Crossover for some different programs, but Crossover doesn't support what we're trying to do. Okay, so all right, you're there now, Noah. So okay, now that's opened. And you have all the segments. Now right-click the window, and you're going to see at the bottom segments, and you can see it's clicked on all. And then you can, if you want to filter Holy Grail 2.0, you can select all that. and that's how that goes. All right, and then all the columns that are up here, those can all be edited, and you can do the same thing. Right click, go to columns, and that's going to give you this list here. The right side is the master list of columns. The left side is the selected list, and you just click and press left or right, coming in or out, and that'll display all the data that you're looking for there, Noah. And that's how you can do that. There are other filters up here you can go through. You can filter by open position, closed position, long only, short only, profitable, losing trades, all that. And then you can filter by the actual strategies if that's something you want to do as well. All the list of the different strategy names. So, and that's how that all goes. Let's get back on some of these questions here. So, and then Iris, could I create a breakout from that cup and handle? Yeah, I think you could create a breakout. I think the way I would do that is, so the swing strategy, Iris, that I shared is kind of looking for those patterns. And what I would do for doing that is maybe add some kind of making a new high on the day, and then and making that new high on the day with like a position and range for the day kind of filter as well, and try to look for it breaking away in that sense. Again, I'd go back through trial and error kind of on that. That's how I would do it. But yeah, absolutely, you could definitely. I'm sure there's a way to make a breakout from that. And then let's see. There now. So um, I will make an attempt for you, Iris. Throw in a ticket. I'll mark if you throw in a ticket about it. I'll mark it for mine, and I will come around to it. I mean, it's kind of, Iris, what I've been trying to do with the scan as it was, anyways. Like I said, I just kind of backed off of it because I was bogged down with so many other things at this point. But throw the ticket. I'll mark it. I'll mark it into my box, and I'll work it out. And then so I'll kill two questions with one here. One more. All right. How can help me play sound on an alert window? All right, MB, are you watching? Tell me when you're watching, MB. All right. So on you can only do sounds on alert windows and on Holly's window. No top list for sounds because top lists don't alert; they just filter. What you do on alert list, or excuse me, on the alert window, you're going to right click. All right. You're going to come to properties, actions. All right, and then you're going to click play sound. All right. Come into sound setup. Make sure that you have your balance and all that, and then you can select here. I know text to speech is the popular one, so when you make the click text to speech, that's where you can adjust the volume. I'd crank it way up if I were you, just to make sure, and then you can change it in your local settings afterwards if you want. And then you just press OK, and then once again OK, and that's it. I don't use sounds in Trade Ideas. I don't need them. They annoy me. I have the master sound on Trade Ideas shut off up here, and I have all my alert sounds shut off as well. So and then we'll do the same thing on the AI. It's a right click. There's no properties on AI, so it's right click, actions, and then it's the same thing. Make sure play sound is checked. Go to sound setup, and that's what you do there. And that's how that's done. And then now we will get to. So I believe it was Casey and someone else asked about my swing trading slash like symbols. Those questions go hand in hand. So this is what I do here for how I get my like symbols and my swing trading rules at the same time. Still can't hear anything. Then it has to be your computer. I don't have a way to show you on the local settings, but you're going to have to go to. All right, well, you can try this. Go to your settings, and when you click settings, you come here and go to system and sounds, and look through your troubleshooting and your master volume and everything there, and that would be my workaround on that. I am no No whiz on that. And then Fred, I'll give you a take on PLSC in a moment. Let me just hit this thing on the swing trading thing. So okay, I'm gonna get this nice and big here on the daily chart. And there's two charts I use when I go through everything. Yeah, you're welcome, MB. So what I do is I have my swing scan. No, sorry, not my swing scan. What am I looking for? My evening scan. It's now called my evening scan 3 as I refined it a little further. Yes, I will share it. I'm going to share it right now, and then we'll go over how it works, what I'm looking for. Save, share to cloud, copy. So those of you that don't have it, they would like it. But remember, this is based on what I look for on stocks. So how it fits into your trading plan, you will have to determine. That's my scan. Okay. Now, I do this after the market closes every night, and I have it set to market hours only because I don't want to see aftermarket stuff. I don't care about what happened after the market. It's irrelevant to me because I won't be getting into the stock right away anyways. I might be tracking it for a day, I might be tracking it for 5 days, and if the train leaves the station without me on it after I marked it up, so be it. I'm not going to chase it. So this scan looks for very simple. I want stocks in between $4 and $25. That's the price range I like. I want to see volume of one on the relative. It needs to have traded at least 350,000 shares on the day. On the on the position in its days range, it has to be 75% above the low of the days range. On 20-day range, I want it in between 85%. I want it 85% below the 20-day range, but I don't want to see it 110% above that day's 20-day range. And I like to trade stocks with smaller float. I don't go higher than 250 million in the float. That's generally just how I do it. So that's what the scan looks for. All right. And then what I'm trying to have it do is I'm going to pull it off of here so I can have the chart. As I go through, I'm looking for stuff that looks just like this right here. Okay. Now, I'm going to drawing tool and I'm looking for cup and handle or horseshoe patterns. Where I got this idea from or these patterns is William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks book. He talks about it. He goes over charts that are 100 years old or more and all the way right up into the 2000s where this pattern it's a winner, this pattern. So you got the big down sell here that everybody got wrecked in the spring. All right. We made a base. All right. We held that base here. All right. Now I see that we've got this here. All right. But what I'm looking at is this here. This here. So we had a cup here. All right. Here is the handle. It was a failed handle there. It failed. But here we are again. Now we've given time on this for the 200-day to catch up right here. We're now above the 200-day here, and we have this resistance to contend with. So in theory, I suppose that we could have room to run into the 13 range from this 11 range. Also, if we zoom in, just other things that I'm seeing here. We popped up, and then we had a nice wedge actually happen here. And look at that wedge right there that happened, and then we broke back up on that wedge. I wouldn't go chasing this again today. I mean, look at that. We started below $10 today, and we're up above $11. So that's a hefty move on that small stock. That's a big percentage move. But that's what I'm looking for. Those are the kinds of things that I'm looking for. So odds are when I go through my evening scan tonight, that's going to get liked. With the exception of the fact that it's in petroleum, if I am looking right. Yes. So odds are this will actually not get marked up for me because I'm just avoiding petroleum stocks. When I look at that overall sector, I just don't like it, and that's why I'm going to stay away from it. And if I miss out on it, I don't care. I'd rather miss out on the down. I'd rather miss out on an upside than participate in the downside. Something about those kinds of energy stocks just not happening for me these days. So that's what I'm looking for. That's how I do it. I'll go through another example here. Let's see. There's got to be something better than that. Everything is oil. Everything coming through my scan has been oil. Kind of frustrating, but this is what makes me sit on my hands. This stuff right here. Okay, so energy. Look at that. All energy. So funny. IRDA, pharmaceuticals. Let's take a look. Let's see what it looks like on a bigger scale here. Big run up here. Um, not no, it just doesn't. This one doesn't interest me, and I'll explain why this doesn't interest me. We got the crash. Everybody got crashed here. Thought there was a base. Nope. Thought there was a base. Nope. I guess we could say a base built there. I guess we could say a base built there. But we still have to come back through all these other bases, all right? Now we come up here, all right? There's the gap here, but just something about the way this didn't cup and handle the way I like it to cup and handle because of these bases here. The other thing is, it's a sub $5 stock. And you can see that obviously, some point in my trading history, all those lines right there. Um, I mean, look, it's got some room here, I guess, if we look here. Somewhere in the upper $6 range in this gap that could be filled. But it just, sub $5 stocks, they trade funny to me. Just not, again, not my thing. I know my scan has for them, but, and then pharmaceuticals. Always got to watch holding anything in the pharmacy world or bio world overnight. You never know when you're going to open up to some bad phase news or something like that. Let's see what else we can find here. Um, this one gets interesting to me, and this is the last one that I'll do on this as far as swing trading goes, because I see other questions building up that I want to get to here. So um, let's see here. All right, so there must have been news here. All right, we crashed way down here. News, but we built a solid base here. We banged on it, banged on it, banged on it, but we built that base. And here we come again. So if we can get through here, we have the 200 day to contend with. But if we can get through this here, we might have room to that 200 that's up in the 19 range. And we have this big tasty gap here. The last thing I will say that I would be careful about this, and this is where time comes. This is where, the stuff that, reading the books, follow the right people on Twitter, stuff like that. A lot of overhead supply here. And you have bag holders here in these two spots. There are bag holders here that are praying that there are enough buyers to drag it back up there, and they will be more than happy to sell you their shares as they come back up to unload. So that's where I stand on that. But these are the kind of things, all right? The last thing I'll say about the patterns that I'm looking for is I really like to see the patterns developing over a very, very minimum of 4 weeks. I'd like to see 6 to 8 weeks on those patterns developing. And that's why I also really like the weekly charts, time frame, weekly. All right, let me get rid of all those studies. And on the weekly chart, we can see here we get over that 1830 range on the weekly. We do have room on that big drop, but there's a lot of supply, I would imagine, up here because that was a rarely recent drop. So you probably have a number of people that are foxhole prayer, please God, get me out of this. But, on the weekly, last thing I'll note is look at this base on the weekly. All right. Look at this base here. All right. So technically, we have higher lows and higher highs. Low, higher low. Held to higher low. Higher low. Higher low. All right. Aside from this big drawdown there. So, chance that makes the cut tonight. Very good chance that makes the cut tonight. So that's my 2 cents on how I and what I look for. I was asked about what was the stock PLSE. What's my 2 cents on it? LSE. Da, 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 da. Okay, so interesting. Bioscience. So again, with bios, you got to watch it. You know what I mean? I don't know what they do or anything like that. And I don't normally look at things like that. Profile, immuno-oncology. So, it's one of those things you got to be careful. Good news in this, I'll say, not stellar, but if you look here, something else that I look at a lot is the insider buying. Only 9K on the insider buying, but nobody's selling from the inside. It's always interesting. It means people inside the company are believers in it. On a swing on the weekly, big downtrend. Base, higher base on the weekly. I like that very much. You're now above what I would consider a pivot line right there. That's your next pivot line to contend with there. Those are my two senses. That's on a weekly chart. Let's get rid of the studies. Oops. Go to a daily chart real quick on that. And that's a huge run up. All right. Look at that daily. So, you know, I'd want to consolidate, get the drawing tool again. I'd like it to consolidate there. And this line, if we had the weekly chart again, is going to coordinate with the last line that I showed that we got to contend with. Whoops. Getting a little carried away there. Let's do it like this instead. Mark up, horizontal line. And there we go. Look at that. So we're up above that. All right. But, that line matters just because you got above it. Maybe a close or two above it's a big deal. Go back a little further. We got up above it. There's your next line. So, you got this resistance here somewhere around the 1750 range. Then you get another big resistance up around the 1950-ish range, 60 range, something like that. So that's my PLSE synopsis. All right, let's plug along. Iris the scan. Yeah, I mean it's a top list, so it refreshes every 30 seconds. But I run it live market hours after hours, meaning that it's going to show me what those stocks were at the close of the day. That's how that works. Steven, I just signed up 2 days ago. Is it possible to search for stocks based on pattern? Yes and no, Steven. It's a twofold or two-answer question. So the yes search on pattern, I'm going to show you how it does it, and I'm going to show you how it doesn't do it. So, Steven, are you with me, Steven? I just want to make sure that we're here. Just give me a shout out again in the chat here, Steven, please. Okay, so here we go. If you click on, you can do this with any scan, even if you're doing a new one. If you right click on the scan and you come into the configure, all right, you're going to come to the symbols list, all right? And when you come to that symbols list, we can go to, on the right side, add existing list. And you're going to get this whole list of different lists that have been created by us with inside of Trade Ideas. And if we go to daily, we can go to all these different candle patterns here. We can find Doji, Dragonfly Doji, Gravestone Doji. These are all on dailies though, all right? And so you can add that, all right? I clicked it, all right? And once again, just for example, let's go with Doji, all right? So I clicked Doji, and now over here you can see Bullish Engulfing is one I clicked, and Doji is one that I clicked. And you can check these individually, and now it says only follow these lists, and that's it. So we can get you those kind of patterns on the daily. On the intraday, is it possible to make a scan on the intraday for stuff like that? Absolutely. You just got to figure out what filter sets are going to kind of help you get there, though. My go-to filter sets for trying to find anything in patterns is first, what's your time frame? You ask yourself these questions. What's your time frame? Then look for position and range filters or change in filters from there, and you're gonna have to start plugging in values from there. But we don't have it in patterns exactly in that sense. Now what we do have, if you come back into the search of this tab here, Steven, if you go into the search, what you can do is just kind of scroll through and look at what we have on the list. Let's just, we'll take a quick scroll down. Just take a look at something that might be of interest to you. So there's some opening range breaks. I know it's not technically a pattern, but it's kind of in the theme. We have, here we go. So on your intradays, you've got your dojis, some hammers, hangmans, bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing, all right, piercing, dark cloud. So here are, oh, you're welcome, Mike C. Actually, Mike C, you're getting overtime with me today. I don't know if you're still around. Barry's going to do his video as normal, so instead of him coming back and saying he's doing his video, I'm just going to stick around until about 1:20 when he's done, or whenever he's done. So anyways, now the one thing that these candles work with is it's not going to show you, it's not going to return the alert on an open candle. So if it's a 5-minute candle, you're not going to get the alert until the previous 5-minute candle has met the alert met the alert criteria and closed. That's how that will work. So, you can go through, through the configure and the search. Just leave the search terms blank so that you have it wide open on what's available, and you can go through those. And those are the patterns that we have pre-configured that can work through the day for you. And like I said, the rest is going to be a combination. The two filters I'll point you at. If we go to, let's see, change. So we have all these change filters. So change, between 1 minute and 120 minutes, both dollars and percent. Again, I always work percents. That change filter and a position filter, and these positions and range filters. Those are the filters, Stephen, that I would work with if you're trying to create more of an intraday pattern, any kind of intraday pattern. That's where I would go. Um, oh, lots of time to torture me, Mike C. No, this isn't torture. I always tease. I love the sound of my own voice. I love to drone on. So I could talk. When I was a kid, I didn't talk at all, and as an adult, you can't shut me up. Um, that's where I'd point you at, Stephen. Okay, the last trick of the trade that I'm going to share with you here, Stephen, is this page called Stocks Like This. I think that's what we call it. Where is it? Stocks like this. All right, sorry, just looking for this page so I can share it with you, Stephen. If you go to this page here, you can plug in a symbol and a time frame on that symbol, and it will return to you every single filter and alert that it met. So it's basically running a back on those symbols. So let's say that you have a symbol that you found as a certain pattern that you're looking for. You can essentially go back in time to see how that pattern was created using the alerts and filters, and then start to use those values and plug them into the scan yourself. It's not a magic crystal ball, all right? But it can certainly get you pointed in the direction of the filters that will suit you the best to do it. And I'll be honest with you, the only time I ever use that is when someone's sending me a scan that says the scan isn't working for whatever reason, and I kind of use it to see why something wasn't satisfied in the filter set or was satisfied. So I don't use it myself. I've never used it to build a scan, but I know people have, and they've had great success for it. So that's, a million and one tools here in Trade Ideas, and how you want to use them. It's unlimited how you want to use them. Okay, let's keep moving on some of these questions here. Um, what do I think of oil prices over the next few months? What do I think of oil price over the next few months? I'll think whatever the charts tell me. Um, so let's. I have a sector list. OIH is popping today, so let's look at OIH just to give you an idea of what I think of oil prices. Um, Look at that. We're right at a major pivot line as far as I'm concerned on this. So let's draw a line. All right, look at that line. You give me a close over this line a few days in a row, and then you still have this line to contend with next on oil prices. I know it's an oil service, but it's all relative to each other. All right, and just to show you what I really think of it, let's back this chart out. I don't see one thing on this chart that tells me I want to buy oil right now, personally. Now, if you're a value hunter or anything like that, then so be it. But let's draw a trend line real quick. Let's do it this way, markup. Trend line. I don't know why I'm not getting the trend line. There we go. Look at that trend line right there. All right. I mean, just a downslope since June of 2018. I mean, every single time it started to pull back out, it got slapped down again. You know, lower lows all the way for years and years, lower lows. And I believe they had to do a split on the CTF recently just so that it even made sense again. So and leave all the politics of anything aside or what you believe in or anything like that. Look at what EVs have done over the last 2 months on those stocks. I know today they were getting smacked up a little bit, but look at EV stocks over the last however long. Let's take a look really fast. NIO. Look at that chart. that chart is the complete opposite of anything in oil sector. All right. This is something I've been in and out of. Hold on, what's the symbol? This is something I've been trading in and out. Look at that. That's strength to me. I will say this, something that I'm not crazy about in this chart is there's been an RSI divergence in it. I don't pay a ton of mind to it, but there was an RSI divergence in this because this was actually almost called the trade of the week this week. And Steve had pinged me over the weekend on it, and Michael Noss over the weekend on it. And I said, first off, I can't sign off on it being the trade of the week because I own it at a much cheaper price than you're going to be calling it, and that's not fair to people. If I exit while they're entering. So I didn't want, I had no, I didn't want to call it as the trade of the week for that reason personally. There was an RSI divergence on it as well, and that's why this didn't make the cut of the trade of the week. But again, this is I believe, a lithium mining company, batteries, EVs. So again, that's my touch on the oil. Is there a particular sector that I favor? Casey, the sector I had been favoring was semiconductors. I still kind of like it, but I'm not I don't overly pay attention to the sectors. You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't get caught up on it. I don't get hung up on the sector in general, unless a sector's like really doing something. Cloud and semiconductors have been super strong, so I do pay attention to that. I believe retail's made a big comeback. Let's keep moving. Stan G, Chris, when I try to copy your scans, I just get a YouTube redirect, which is really long, and looking for the cloud string, evening scan, copy clean. I know what you did differently, but there's my experience. Hope it helps. Um, Stan, are you talking about the scans that I shared in here? Can I copy the last to the cloud? Huh. Let me. I'll share. I'll share those again. Load from cloud. Um, let's do this. Share. Copy. Okay, so this is again. Try that again. That's this evening scan that I use. All right, and let me know if that works. All right, let me know if that works. That should get you there. I don't see why it wouldn't. So anything is possible. Sorry, clicking around the horn for my personal held positions at the moment. The market drifts down, so does my positions. All well within the plan. All right. So I'll keep filtering through the questions here. Just let me know once again if oil, so many global. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Mike. See, that's exactly it. They're just, there's so much involved, and it doesn't matter what I think or what I believe. You know, uh, Brian Shannon, you know what I mean? Price pays. What does the price tell me? What does the chart tell me? One of the things that William J. O'Neill talks about in that book that I mentioned that I really love is he talks about, it's natural human instinct to want to buy things on sale. So a stock goes down. Oh, stock's on sale. I'll buy it. But he pounds away at, do not buy stocks in a downtrend. You buy stocks in an uptrend. And it's against conventional wisdom. You buy the steak on sale, you buy the car on sale, you buy the house on sale. But, that's not the way the stock market works in general. There are plenty of dip buyers, there are plenty of pullback players, very successful. I'm not one of them. So that's my 2 cents on that. Could not copy the last cloud. The previous HTTP one. Okay, let me know if that last one. I mean, yeah, that should be working. I'm doing it now. Load, copy, file, load from cloud, load. What's it telling me? Yeah, I loaded it from. I clicked the link myself that I shared. Let me know if it's. Let me know now. That last one should load. There, if you click on it. Oh, the IDDY one. That doesn't work. It's not giving you. That's a stocks like this page. That's what that should be bringing you to. That should be a page like this. Hold on, I'll bring it over. You should be the IDD one. That should bring you to a page like this. Tell me if you're not getting that one. It doesn't bring you to that page. Okay, hold on. So you want to have you want to link to the stocks like this page is what you're looking for, right, Iris? I can get you guys a direct link to that. It was a quick save link that I had in these filed links that I keep. So copy. Yes. All right. Try that. That's a direct link to the stocks like this page, and you can find there's some hidden gems that used to be a lot easier to find actually on our website. And when they redid the website, it's made it kind of hard to actually find these. So here I'm going to share one more page that I think is important for you guys. Actually, okay. If you come to this page, this is a support page and you play around in here and this will tell you where like this is where you can find holly strategies, what they actually contain, education. So look for the traders area in that, and there's the formula editors in there, popular I don't know about the popular scans. I don't know if that popular scans part is in there. That's maybe something a carryover from an old. All right, but those two things those will get you pointed in some in the direction of like if you're like, oh, what does the scan and Holly look for? Again, you're not going to get the filters, but you're going to get what the scan is actually looking for. That's what that's going to give you. So, and if the other links still for the scans I shared aren't working, let me know. We'll try to troubleshoot that one more time. I think I'm all caught up here now on questions with you guys. We got probably somewhere in the vicinity of 10 minutes left. Like I said, just throw it in the chat here if something ain't going right. Do, 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 do. My screen looks all crazy now. There was no URL. How can I save it? Just bookmark it, I guess. I don't know. I'd say bookmark it, Iris. I mean, that's what I no. That's my general kind of go-to on everything. Okay, back to the home page. There we go. It's the first two scans which had the long strings. Let me see here. All right, so I only shared two scans. Let me take a look here. Um, oh, actually, that's not true. There's the one that I shared for that we went over with Iris. Let me see here. That load from cloud. Yeah, that should. All right, I'm gonna put this back in again. Let me scan from Iris. Share. Let's copy the link. This is the one that we built together. Let me know if that works. And then file, load, swing, scan, test, share, copy. And this is the swing scan that I worked on and then stopped working on. And there you go. let me know how those pan out. I mean, I'm testing the links. They're working on my end, so I'm not sure what would be tripping you up at this point because I'm loading them directly from the links here. And taking back a look at Holly real quick. Well, a little bit of getting beat up here. Well, man and machine. That's why Paul Tudor Jones, man and machine. We got the 8 EMAs catching up here, quote unquote, where the rubber meets the road. Okay, so Steven says he's good. The links are working on my end. All right, perfect. I mean, the only other thing that I can suggest too is if you want to shoot a email to info at trade-ideas.com, point that email towards me, and just mention whatever the scan was that we were shared here, and I'll shoot an email back with the link, and that's for you too. If you for some reason you can't get it to load from here, would be my couple of workarounds for you on that one. And for fun, while we're here, real quick, let's just take a look at the overall market. A lot going on here. A lot going on here. It's a 15-minute chart. I keep a 15-minute SPY chart up all the time. And the only two moving averages I have on it is a 20 SMA and an 8 EMA. And they're fighting. I mean, look at this fight that's going on. Cross, 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 cross. But if you look at this, now this is something you don't see very often. These are the things that traders need to be able to see. This is where automation is worthless because automation won't see this. I'm going to draw this here for you. Normally, you see the sell volume is much bigger than the buy volume. Look at this buy volume, smaller sell volume. Look at these volumes, even. Look at these volumes. It is not often you see that ever. Show you something real interesting. This is something that we just learned together. We just saw together. Very interesting. This is going to be a discussion in a few moments here to have. Time frame. Now look at that weekly. Let's get rid of what I just drew. Look at those sell volumes, all almost outrank. This is on a weekly chart, all right? Those sell volumes are much higher than the buy volumes overall, all right? But when we look at that on the daily chart recently, on the 15-minute chart, let's take a look. This is what people got to be able to do to trade, all right? So over the last week, seeing a bit of a volume divergence here. You're seeing those volumes there. You got a big sell volume the other day. But look at these buy volumes compared to the sell volumes recently. Very interesting stuff. Huh. And then one last thing that I'll show you that helped on the trade of the week. I don't use this study, but I'm going to show it to you. Indicators. RSI. Let's add it. All right. So now we just added this RSI here. Look at the divergence that started on the RSI here. All right. So we're moving up here on the SPY. Steve did this yesterday in the Trade of the Week webinar. All right. Now today, obviously, we had a gap down and a turnaround that gave us that RSI back, but we had a divergence happening here. So if you were in the webinar yesterday, Steve and Andy talked about they were buying some VXX protection yesterday, and they'd moved mostly to cash because of that divergence where the SPY had been moving up and the RSI had been moving back down. Now let me show you how that played into the trade of the week here. I'm going to link this chart real quick. And LTHM. All right, get rid of my studies. So like I said, I own this at a cheaper price. But look at what the RSI has done as this ran up. Uh-oh, Barry's back. He's here to steal it from me. All right, Barry. Let me. I'll run this and then I'll pass it over to you. So look, the stock has continued to climb. Look at what the RSI has done though. Big divergence. Now again, it's moved a little bit up, but it had a big gap down this morning, which I wasn't thrilled about. But it turned around. It's moved back on the day. It's a little bit under where it closed yesterday. But that's why that did not get. That's one of the reasons that it didn't get called. And the second reason is, like I said, I didn't feel comfortable owning it at a cheaper price because I am possibly looking to exit it. I like my target price is somewhere up there, and that's how that worked. So, all right, it looks like that's going to conclude us for today, ladies and gentlemen. Um, all right, Barry. So there between the chat and this, if you hear me, you just tell me when to stop, and I'll stop the stream. And I appreciate you guys all listening. I hope you found this helpful and informative. Every one of us is a little bit different as far as traders go here at Trade Ideas. I have a lot less experience than these guys, but I have a different experience. So, all right, Barry's starting now. And all right, Barry, if you can hear me, I'm going to count to 15 and I'm going to stop the stream. Thanks again, everybody. Take care.
Okay, just before I started my video, I was talking about XPEV and how it looked like these were starting to drift down, but not so quick. Look at this. I had a couple of 30 minutes, but it is now regained. All right, I'm just this UTS. Yeah, that's the problem. The relative volume isn't that great, but you never know. I just want to see if it can take out, say, 1875 eventually. These can be sneaky. They can just kind of rest and look like they're doing nothing. But I'm just going to wait and see. Gets into the high 80s, I'm just going to forget about it. This has had a nice comeback. JMIA continue. Wow, look at this. Just as I was just about to do my video, look at this move on the 2-minute chart for JMIA, 29.30, all the way up to 30 once it's over a $2 move, and then we get this. I hope you had a good nap reel. All these comeback plays today. Did I hear about the offering? Well, the $47 million announces proposed follow-up. I see that. I do see it. Hasn't really affected the stock. Not yet, anyway. Oh, the price, the actual price. I don't see a price. 47 million, but I do not see a price, no. Now, did somebody say that NAOV did a financing? Yeah, looks like they did. They did a financing, didn't they? Midday. Yeah, well, you know my opinion of those financings. Yeah, 8.5 at 70 cents a share. 8.5 million. It's not a huge one, but 8.5 million at 70 cents a share. Yeah, I just think it's really scummy for companies to do that mid market. Yeah, semi man, it had. Yeah, well, actually, I had my alert set up here. This was an original alert way back here, 678. What did it get up to? 744. ACB on the move. ACB is on the, ooh, and there's the semi. It just took out that high that, wow, just took out that high that I was looking at. 177. Look at the volume that just came in. That's what we're talking about. You talk about, this is kind of consolidation, okay, right here. And look at the volume that came in. That's your key. Now, the high, can it get through the high? And the answer is, well, by 2 pennies so far. The high was 744. Yeah, it was too fast. Went right through my price alert. I don't know if you remember, Real, we had been looking at this one, it seemed for months and months and months for a really clean break of a couple of things, the 200-day moving average and also 6. And it teased us, a few weeks, and then it just drifted down to nothing. And then all of a sudden, today. Well, there is no clue. I mean, there really isn't. I mean, you can't know that this is going to happen ahead of time. If I thought if we had that sort of an alert, well, we'd all be multis. I mean, what I had done is I had put a price alert up here. Put the price alert right here, but I mean, it popped right through it. RSCF, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, well, for me though, it's under $1, so. I mean, it's a tremendous, oh, it's plus it's a pink sheet, so I just don't, yeah, listen, I mean, it's a great move, but I just don't get involved in these. The trick is really also A2. I mean, depends how many charts you have, but I mean, this was thumbnailed for me, so this was always on watch. The fact that it was in here. So the minute it was in here, that means I've said this many, many, many times. This is a watch list, all right? So you get the initial pop, and then maybe you get the rest, and then later on, it might get active again. I mean, traders remember all this, and they think, well, what if it could happen again? So it depends how many. So this had been thumbnail, but I'd put a price alert on it. Now, did I know and Real did not know either? Did it look like it was going to do this? No, there's no way of knowing. Man, That's too bad. That is really too bad. No, I mean, this could easily, I mean, let's see if it has a second day continuation. I mean, it has room. I mean, the next high looking left on that weekly chart is around 970. Remember, it is a buyout. Anything can happen. Who knows? Maybe they're going to do a financing. They've been sitting around this area for so long. Maybe they do a financing. That's the other thing you always have to be worried about. Well, I'm seeing it's over the channel, the 30-minute anyway, way over. How many shares available? Yeah, 122,000. Oh, I'm glad it wasn't 745. Well, William, I mean, I don't know where to put my stop, but I did join you, not at 75. Where'd you get 75? And I'm out now. I was going to put my stop at 75 just to get back into the game of shorting these tops, which I was doing a while back. But I'm all out of it now, and it's right back. Well, I've always been there. It was just when the test drive happened, obviously really couldn't concentrate on doing anything like that. And the other thing is that there have been so many great long plays that I've been concentrating on, with the EVs and all of that sector. I wasn't really concentrating on trying to find tops. I find that probably works for me better when, the market isn't quite as dynamic. Then I can concentrate on them. Bit of a tough spread on that one. 1455, 1483 I see for CPTA right now anyway. 1455, 1483, yikes. Ah, should have kept it. Way too choppy. Look at IDRA, just way, way, way too choppy. Did it really? Oh yeah, you get the right one, of course. Yeah, it's best off your broker, John Beaton. Yes. Level two, you're asking about level two real-time data. Yeah, get that from your broker. Cannabis play, IGC. Yeah, lots of volume. Fairly low float. And John, also, if you just signed up with Trade Ideas a couple of days ago, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this, but I would really, really take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, if you've already done that, great. Covers a lot of just the basic features of Trade Ideas. I agree, MP. That's under the there ought to be a law. Really, we see it every now and then that a company does that, and it really burns me. I mean, my feeling on these is this: listen, if you decide that you want to hold something like this overnight, that's your decision. Highly risky, 10 million in the float, anything could happen. So if they come out and do a financing after hours or before the market opens tomorrow morning, I mean, you take your lumps. But when you're in this and thinking, okay, maybe it can come back a little bit, during the day, and then they announce a financing, I just think that's really, really scummy. Well, if you've already set up your own scanners, well, John, you might even want to take a look at my scanners then. Let me just give you the link to my homepage. If you click on my link, and you'll see one of the tabs is my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. All right, you might be interested in some of them. Boy, this FUV. So a lot of these did exactly this. I mean, look at the run. $2 from the low FUV. Did Solo come back also? Yeah, Solo did. Yeah, the same thing. It's starting to fade a bit, but I mean, Solo 580. Wow. I mean, another $2, almost a $2 pop. So we saw a lot of these this morning. Solo is definitely weaker though, because FUV, as an example, is not doing this, whereas Solo is. Oh, great. So we have the UN stamp of approval now. That's what we needed. Palantir continues down here, PLNTR. I don't think it's a low yet because it had a spike low way down here, 2114, but just continues to be weak, weak, weak. WWR has not joined in on the rally. This one has though, NIU, another one. Boy, there's so many that look like this. Big gap downs, complete recovery. And it's not like the market is helping really. I mean, the market is kind of flattened out a bit. You mean right here? Is there a new low right here? Are you talking about from my watch list or from the scans I'm sharing? Okay, so all you have to do is just take this one, all right? You have this one up, just take it and duplicate it. You know, if you duplicate it, and this is a great little feature of Trade Ideas. I mean, this is just really the reverse, okay? So if I duplicate this, and then I right click, configure, and see where it says flip? This is basically then going to take this and flip it to the downside. So you just flip. Now here it is. And now, again, don't worry about this 1230 start. Just give it a new name. Call it the basic new lows, no repeat. I do this to sort of teach you guys how to do it yourselves. So I'll do it. Did you understand what I did? So before you do the flip, duplicate the window, right click, duplicate the window. This is for anybody, of course, not just yourself. And then right click, configure, flip. I mean, it's a great way to do it because, I mean, instead of now having to recreate a scan from start, you know, putting all the filters in, it's just a great way just to flip a scan to the reverse. All right, I see that Mara is starting to run a little bit here. I'm not in this anymore, JKK or GKK. Sorry, I just couldn't do it. But I can always get back in. It just doesn't look quite ready. Okay, welcome RIA. Are you a subscriber? Are you a Trader Ideas subscriber? Because you could just load them yourself. And you can see what I'm using. You are a subscriber. Okay, so you can, if you want, you can click either from the toolbar, new, and channel bar, and then my watch list. Right there, Barry's watch list. Okay, that's everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save that to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, and then click on entire layout, give it a name and save it, okay? Because if you click on anything from our channel bar, it's a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you do load my watch list, then all you have to do is just right click, configure, and you'll see what I'm using. One of the things, and it's a symbol list, okay, so I create the watch list every day. It'll be a new watch list every day. But a couple of things, you know, you won't see it if it's in the watch list up. It has to be at least above yesterday's high, as an example. And some other filters in place, but that's a key one. So you notice that, you know, there's CLRB. So when it triggered, and here's MAC. So each one of these, if you did check, you'll see that it was above yesterday's high. And I put a delay on this on purpose for 15 minutes. So even though it was above yesterday's high here at 10:58, I put a delay for 15 minutes just because I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Because notice, yeah, I mean, sometimes they can be very whippy in the first 15. This right here is the repeating version. So you'll see the alert, and if it, if NAOV, which it did, kept making a new high, there's another new high for it. You'll see it over and over again. Now, wondering why it didn't show up here, NAOV. There has to be a reason. At any rate, as I try to figure out why it never showed up, I think it might have been because it was under $1 at the time. But anyway, but that's one of the key metrics. It has to be above yesterday's high. So what I do with this watch list, these are the stocks that triggered from the watch list. And what you're seeing here is this is the first time it triggered. So COGT triggered at 9:45. The price was 11:42, but you'll see it over and over again. Okay, as it makes new highs, got all the way up to 1308. Okay, so from 11:42, it did hit a high of 1308. So you'll see it over and over again in this window. Semi, the same thing. 678 at 9:45. Now pulled back. Then it made, but then the minute it made a new high for the day, you'll see it. Why I like to see this is because I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, there was the alert, there was the price, there was the time. What did it do since then? And this is on the downside. I was actually really hoping that this one would really break down, but it didn't do it. And so what I do is, my watch list today is made up of maybe about 25 symbols. These are the ones that were extracted from my watch list because they met the filter requirements. They had to be above yesterday's high and some other filter requirements. Okay, these are the ones that made it out of the watch list. I don't want that many out of the watch list. I want to have a nice number of stocks that we can just focus on all day. And then what I do is once the market closes, then I go through every stock that is in my watch list, not just the ones that were extracted from it. And I go through the exercise of loading each one of them and then checking to see, in my determination, whether or not they still have some room on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart. And so if I think there's still room for a stock to move, then, from today's watch list, then it'll make it into tomorrow's. And then I also have a bunch of scans that I look at, which will give me new stocks to look at for tomorrow. Yeah, these are good comebacks. I'm really interested in see what happens tomorrow with these. Yeah, so are you talking about in the simulator? Are you talking about using your Interactive Brokers account? I also should give you this video. If you haven't watched this video, this is a really good video that goes all the ins and outs of using Brokerage Plus. Okay, so and are you talking about trading your account, like literally trading your account? Okay, instead of my just giving you piecemeal answers, please watch this video, okay? Very important. but 25 minutes long. All the ins and outs about using Brokerage Plus and trading your Interactive Brokers account, including how to set up things like one click setting up your own trading parameters with stops, etc. Okay, so really watch that video. No idea, no idea, Freeberg. I'm so tired, not tired of you. I'm just so tired of every marketing meeting we go into. It seems to be closer and closer, but I just don't know. No, I'm not. It's okay. I'm not tired of you. I'm just tired of going into these marketing meetings, and I know we're closer because we've actually got test accounts going with it, but we have to make darn sure there are no bugs. Okay, so. And my layout link, sure. Now it doesn't have these two windows, but everything else is there. Zara, today it was, somebody asked, what did I trade today? It was PLTR in the pre-market. Cat B. I took Cat B. Nice, great trade actually. Second attempt into it. Yeah, SPY is starting to make that move down. We were all positive just a little while ago. SPY is making that little move down now. I opened the room at 9 o'clock. So half an hour before the market opens. So, my pre-market routine, I've got actually a few more scans that I look at. I used to only really look at this one. Where are you? My pre-market active's up and I have the down version. I used to only really look at this one, but I've got a few more that I'm now looking at. And so when I get up, that's when I start looking at all the pre-market active stocks. And I create a list, and that's what I put up here. Doesn't mean that they're all going to work. I mean, this is just a list, but these are the pre-market gappers. Doesn't mean they're, it's just things that could be interesting once the market opens. And that scan that I just put up is available from my from my homepage. All right, guys, I see fuel cell starting to make a little bit of a move down. Still pretty good off their financing, though. 650 is their financing, so it got up to 775, so today, yes, I guess, yeah. But the first one, you would have got a loss, if you had followed the moderate. So that might have wiped that out. But if you can pick the top four, I guess, sure. It's a watch list. That's what, to me, it's a watch list. All right, too bad. This GOCO. Well, it's there's the high. This is actually on my watch list, but that was supposed to be on a potential short. You know, I was looking at this and thinking, man, if we could take out yesterday's low, it really has no support. Probably would have been an all-time low. It decided to pop a little bit today. Yeah, it's just based on the data feed. Yeah, our data starts at 7 a.m. I know that there are some platforms like Interactive Brokers. You can data starts at 4 a.m. But yeah, we start getting our data at 7. I mean, there is talk that we're going to up it a bit, but it's just talk. So what I say is 7 to 7, 7 to 7. One moment, please. Yeah, 7 to 7. 7 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time, yes. Now we actually start getting data about quarter to 7. But the intraday charts, intraday charts will not start till 7, but you actually do get data at quarter to 7. Your top lists and alerts will work at quarter to 7. You just won't see you'll see it on the daily chart, you'll see the price, but your intraday, you won't see anything on the intraday charts until 7. So that was about $1, no, not quite $1 pullback from here. Now popping up again for NIO. Chris is still challenging. There's some little pop here challenging that 2. If it did take out 2, what would happen here? Look at the monthly chart. So the next high looking left is 363. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, I mean, this could be interesting. I mean, if it takes out 2, I mean, look left. I mean, there's the 200-day. Oh, it's way above. That's right. That's 200 week. Take a look at this. I mean, this has some. I mean, I can't remember what happened here, but this one got all the way up to 359 or so. This is back in June of this year. And it's on volume. It's coming up on volume here. All right, guys, I am keen eye on this Chris here, holding 2. All right, guys. Well, I'm taking it. So listen, I'm right there as I'm out. I mean, if it even breaks down through two, I'm out. So this is just a test to see if I can continue. 202, Chris. 203, sorry, 203. And this is probably. I mean, I'm chasing it. I'm fully aware I'm chasing this, but just want to see. Tight stop. I'll know very quickly if it's going to work or not. All right, so my stop now is going to be where I got it, 203. I almost feel like taking some out right now, but I want to see if it has a bigger pop, that's all. But I'm chasing it. I mean, it's really chasing it on the two. I mean, it's way above the channel. I know. Okay, guys, I'm out. 210, I got out. I can't handle it. If it goes back up here, I might get back in, but 210 got me out. It popped up to 214 really quick on the. So, I mean, no big deal, 203 to 210. I was really hoping what would happen. I might get into the 220s before it fell back, but it might. So let me put an alert right up here, 213. Yeah, don't walk away from my computer, absolutely. Yeah, that's ugly. There's a cross also right there. Look at that beautiful cross. Look at that 80 MA crossing below the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. Right at 744. Didn't happen on the 5. 744. Wow, that would have been an awesome alert if I'd seen it. All right, well, you know what I'm doing, guys, so hang on. 213. Just waiting to see if we can get in the mid-20s maybe. All right, you know what? Out of 222, 213 to 222. Literally whoa, okay. Because this is now very parabolic on the 2. All right, well, put the alert back up here, 222, see if it takes that out. I'd like to see a little bit of a base and then some little bit of a base around there. Get some volume, pop it through there. I mean, just got a ton of room. I mean, look left on that weekly. There's the next high, 359. All right, MTL here. MTL will pop up here, coming from the basic new highs. Well, there is a big bottoming tail. Let's see if that is going to mean anything. Have the sellers given up? Ceding control again to the buyers. I'm not in it anymore. What I'm hoping for, maybe just a bit of a rest right around here. Then a pop through here, but on volume. I want to see lots and lots of volume. Pulse PLSE. Yeah, nice run actually. I know, Fred, you've been talking about it forever. Yeah, just took out that high here. Low float, 12.9 million in the float. Boy, this has maybe explosion all over it. Let me see again for the Chris. Just basically, that's it. I mean, you love to see, guys. I mean, look at these. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but look at these two bottoming tails on the 2-minute chart. 1, 2 with a third one forming, but these two, again, what does it mean? It means that this, was down here. Okay, it may not mean anything now. It may be over. I was hoping it would just sort of rest right up here. Bottoming tails, the sellers had it here. Buyers closed it here. Sellers knocked it down again. Buyers closed it there. I was hoping that that one would be green and take out the high, but it may not happen. Give me a moment here. Any meat left on CATB? Well, doesn't look good. It doesn't look good to me anyway. I mean, it hit 327. The only way this would look good to me, but you know, it's just too many little areas on the 2 minute chart, little areas that could, what I call little pockets of resistance. It just doesn't look very good to me. I think on the 15-minute chart, I mean, if it could take out, you know, this area here around 230, you know, you're giving up 30 cents, but you know, that might get people interested again. But right now, she is in, definitely. Is that your last name, John, that she can look you up? We're just really, really swamped. You know, with the test drive being over and all the holiday stuff. Yeah, no, there's no typical. Okay, I mean, like first of all, I wouldn't take all the signals. Yeah, I've just actually posted that info right to her account. Okay, and well, we use Slack work, so I'll see what she says. She's definitely in today. So I mean, there's no minimum amount. I mean, first of all, it would really depend on how much you're willing to risk per trade. Okay, Noah, because we can't know from day to day how many alerts are going to be. Today is not a huge day, but some days you might have 15 or 20 alerts. Okay, but if you're going to risk $100 a trade, or $30 a trade, or $50, so it's really, there is no number. There's no typical number. The other thing too is that a lot of these alerts now, you know, they've been designed almost, you know, the way they've been optimized for all day holds. You know, unless it gets stopped out or some other algorithm kicks in to get out of the trade. So that means that, you know, you could have your money tied up all day, as opposed to in the past where there were 30-minute holds, 40-minute holds, or not 40, but 45 or 60. So you wouldn't be in, you know, 8 trades at all at the same, like for the whole day, as an example. So there is no real answer for that. I can't tell you what a typical amount. Man, MTL, look at this. I did not, wow. I mean, look at MTL. I mean, no clue. I mean, I mentioned it. I saw it here, and that's at $1.77. So, I mean, this is William. I was just going to say, just like this is ripe for a short also. Look at this. Came out of nowhere. I mean, it's a big float too, 105 million in the float. It's a Russia stock. I don't see too many of those. Yeah, I'm a Canadian. I use Interactive Brokers, absolutely. It's great. I missed my entry. It's a bit of a, well, yeah, I missed my entry on the. What I'd be doing is I wanted to get it at 30. I wanted to get it at 40 with a. I just put a stop, at 8 cents right at the high here. If I took it out, I'd be out. But I missed my entry. Me, I'm holding nothing overnight right now. I had Mara last night, but I got rid of it actually got rid of it in the pre-market. I have nothing overnight. I'm not a big overnight. I'm not a big swing trader. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Palantir is going much lower. I mean, it's in disfavor right now. 1825. It had a downgrade. I can't remember who downgraded it, but there is maybe the support. The support area, 18 or so. So I mean, it has in theory room. It's had a tough 4 days. Sorry. But I don't know if it's going lower or not. Wow. Well, I'm glad I didn't get that short so far. Might give me a better opportunity. Boy, something's happening here. I mean, it's a steel play, I guess. That's right, JP Morgan, that's right. Michelle, unfortunately, no. The best you can do is take out you do have a 5-day. If you don't like it, we'll refund your money. But it actually was $8.99 for 10 days, but I can pop this in the room. Okay, so you can try it, and I think within 5 days we'll give you a refund. Answering that post, I missed my entry again. Michelle, you cost me money. Yikes, look at TG. Ooh. Look at what it did in up, down, TG. No, I'm just kidding, Michelle. I mean, it's the nature of what I do. That's okay. Well, I couldn't get it. I wanted to get it on the MTL, but I was answering a post. I wanted to take it right up here. I would have been out though, just like William. Okay. I mean, I wanted to get it right here, just over 250, and got down to 230, whatever. Maybe could have scavenged about 15 cents out of it. Again, North, you don't know that it's going to happen. Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, the question was asked earlier. We can't possibly know. I mean, I mentioned this right here. It came in my basic new highs at 177. Okay, right there. So I mean, you could have got it right there, but did we know it was going to do this? No. Okay. I mean, there was maybe a little bit of a clue, but I also looked at that float. I thought, well, 105 million in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. Obviously it was wrong. I've got 2, 5, and 15 sort of intraday, but I'm also always, Michelle, looking at my longer term time frames because everything that I see is made a new high for the day. So great, you've made a new high for the day. Where could you keep going to? And that's why I look at my daily, weekly, and monthly charts all the time to see what sort of resistance is there. That's why I was, I mean, you look at this one. Where's the high right there? 278. What did it get to? 257. But that's why that's why I have these higher time frames, so I can check to see where a stock could, in theory, keep going to. Ugh, what an awesome short that would have been. Yes, your pulse is on fire. PLSE is on fire. In fact, now some. Oh, that's the daily chart. Sorry, I thought that was an intraday chart. I'm going to say a little volume pop, 155,000, but that is the volume for the day. Yes, a SPY pop. Interesting, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. There is an hour of straight down. Some pretty decently sized 15-minute candles, and this candle, with 10 minutes left, is trying to wipe all this out. Let's see if it does. Because now we've got the SPY has gone positive. The Dow is slightly negative. NAS is still down a little. Let's take a look at the Qs. Let's see what sort of crazy day it's had. Yeah, look how choppy it's been. Yeah, I only started using the 2 minute to Michelle maybe a few months ago, just for these crosses. Till then, I hadn't had a 2 minute for years. So I mean, 15, 5 and 15, or I actually used to have a 30 up here, but I don't have that anymore. Wow, look at this one, CMBM. Oh, man, are you kidding me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. This is just the beginning, so say 6 months. Right from the from the low of what, $4 all the way up to 28. CMBM. What do they do? And where are they? Rolling Meadows, Illinois. You see moves like this and you think, okay, it's over now, it's over now, it's over now. Keep thinking it's over. Well, Michelle, you just keep doing what you're doing. If that works for you, for sure, just keep doing that. Look at the C. Okay, guys, now keep an eye on the COGT. You can see exactly what's happening. Hopefully, look at that 15-minute chart. Look how it's kind of basing right now. What did it get up to? It got up to 13, about $1 above this area. Can you just see that if traders get interested again, this could have another move? Very low float, but we're always going to be looking for volume. Now, it's interesting. We did get a little bit of volume there and a little bit of a pop, but it didn't pop it that much, and it's right back down. So I would say you need it, and it's not the amount, it's in relation to the previous sizes of these candles. So I mean, ideally, you'd love to see something like this, but keep an eye. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert around 12:35 for COGT. If I get an alert, I'll know about it, of course, but then I'll just quickly glance to see, okay, is this on volume? So you guys are asking about, well, how do we catch it? How do we catch it earlier? How do we catch it as it's happening? Now, if we get the alert and it's on volume, I mean, hopefully it doesn't, just scream $1 in half a second. Down goes BB, BlackBerry. Boy, that pulse, wow, did it ever move? Good for you, Fred. And the volume is starting to actually come in. I mean, it's still, fairly light, but it is starting to come in now. I would look at this, 1977, 1934. So there's the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Yeah, those sort of things. I mean, I know you were talking about it yesterday. And you might have even been talking here. It just takes too long for me. I'm sorry. I know this is the other one you've been talking about. But there's no volume on that one. But I've got an alert set right up here. I mean, look, even if I give up 40 cents, 70 cents, whatever, I mean, this Summit SMMT, yeah, give that up. But here are a couple of highs, takes that out, and who knows? Maybe it starts to really start to fill in that void. Okay, guys, so that's why we wait. Look at the COGT. I was just talking about it, but it did not take this out. Looks like it's actually going to start moving down. COGT. 3 more minutes for this candle. That's a beauty. I mean, look at this. It's almost wiping out all this 1 hour of downtime. Almost wiping it all out. Yeah, wow, no kidding. GCP. It won't show up in here because it was over $20, and that's my, you can always make these changes, that's just what so that's why it's not showing up in here, the new highs. This was on my watch list, but it did not trigger. You know why? Because now the relative volume is 1.55 because of this. Up at that point, the volume was just kind of putrid. I mean, the volume is not huge, but it would not trigger, even though, it's too bad. It's up 27%. So CMBM cannot go any higher, right? All-time high. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so to find previous ideas, I mean, we've been talking ideas all day long, James. So, we're talking, the WWR. I mean, I'm a little concerned that it's not following along with the rest of the EVs. I mean, wow, okay, now look at this. So this definitely wiped out all of this. That's a beauty, a beautiful candle now. So some bounce plays. Some are watching Chris. Maybe it'll resume. Oops. There's a big bottoming tail, two big bottoming tails on the 15, so maybe it resumes if it takes out 211. That's a big, well, Fred, that is a big drop for PLSE, Pulse. You got, what did it get up to? 1969 all the way down to 1793. So I know you're looking at this more long term, but what the heck is Bitcoin doing now? GBTC. All right, Omer. What's the volume like? Not great. Okay, Fred, not Fred, John. Looks like Kelly is responding to you now, John, in the YouTube feed. Okay, good. So she says she's responding to your email right now. I do not have a recorded lesson on trending industries, no. But I mean, how an industry is performing for the day. I mean, here, you have a spider sector list right here, which is, I'm sharing. So you can see what the, here's the airline industry as an example. There's what it's doing right now. So you could easily track this as a very simple way to check to see what is happening in the some of the big industry plays, energy plays, things like that. And that's one of my shared scans. The single symbol search box. Are you talking about I'm not sure I know what you mean. You mean in a chart? If you're talking about, there's no way to look up a ticker. There's no search to look up a ticker, if that's what you mean. No, so what you're talking about is like I left clicked on a chart and I started typing. Okay, and so the change symbol box came up, but that is not allowing you to search. I have to know what the symbol is. Okay, so if I left click on a chart, just so that Trade Ideas knows what chart you want to be in. So I left click on, and then I just start typing. Ah, okay, you were right clicking. Yeah, right clicking, yeah, brings up all this. That's it. Tough spread though on that pulse, 1758, 1792. All right, I am keeping a casual eye on the UTZ. It's the only one on the short side from my watch list. It's the volume it's not bad, but it has to take out this 1876 and the spread has to be tight. I might short it if it does that. BlackBerry continues down, guys. BB continues down. Just a minute, please. Okay. Well, you see ATB, yeah, it turned out okay. I mean, it was quick, but definitely lots of time to get in and out, and a great percentage move. So guys, I'm still kind of watching the COGT, but it's got to take out that 1237 area. And on volume, just in case, later on in the day, I mean, it did get up to 1327 or 13, yeah, about 1327. And looking left, the next high is 1397. So it might happen. Yikes, GBT. Yeah, PLTR. It's actually had a bit of a spurt here. PLTR. Yeah, pretty chop. Look at this. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart, guys. I mean, look how choppy that is. Second here, let me. Look how chop. Well, I've got 1237. It's probably not going to happen, but I have 1237 right up here. But it had to be on volume. But it's probably not going to happen anyway, so. Yeah, so it's not going to show up. Yeah, the relative volume is way too low. For here, I believe my relative volume has to be at least 3 or 4. So that's why this is not showing up. And so if you say, well, why don't you just lower it? Well, I could lower it, but then I'm going to get a lot of other ones that I don't want to see all day long. So it's always a trade-off. Always a trade-off, okay? We get the question a lot. Well, how come I didn't see this one? And how come on my scan? And I say, well, okay, let's create a scan that you can see it. Easy to create a scan to see anything. But the problem is, if you're pretty loose on your filters, you're going to get a lot of alerts. Oh, what an awesome short. I know, William, you're out of it, but what an awesome short this was, MTL. All right, guys, so I will be taking off at 3. This is my long day. We're back to our webinars again. So this is the one that I do help out on. That's the webinar at 5 o'clock. And if you want to join in of those webinars and others, you know where to find it. My homepage. Well, it has a big chance of a pullback because it was so parabolic, Tin Man. I mean, look how parabolic. I mean, look how parabolic that was. Such a rapid increase in such a short period of time. So, I mean, you don't. I mean, the trick is, where is it going to happen? You don't know 100%. So if you click on my homepage link, and in the education section, click here, education section, you will see daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right here. They're Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And again, this is the one, the Q&A Wednesdays, okay? This is the one with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. They host the Q&A on Wednesdays. Yeah, I don't know Investors Edge at all. Is that a brokerage in Canada? I really don't know them. Is that one of the one of the big banks, big five calls there? Oh, CIBC. Okay, yeah. No, I don't know them at all. No, Grumpy. No. He's got California's been pretty loose for many years. So no. Is there any short play left in I keep wanting to sing bulletin board, BB? Well, maybe tomorrow. I mean, look, if it takes out 7 tomorrow, there's the low today, or the low. Is that the low today? No, that must have been yesterday. So there's the low of yesterday. It takes out that low yesterday. I mean, I don't know, 691. To me, it doesn't look like it's going to have a chance. It'll probably drift down. But, so why don't I put an alert, 688, put the alert there. Because now we've got 2 topping tails, okay? I mean, remember, that at one point the price was up here. Sellers knocked it down right to there. Buyers tried again. Sellers are knocking it down here. So they're in control. Takes out that low of yesterday, then you're going to have some support down here. But that, that on a percentage basis, from 688 down to 580. I mean, that wouldn't be too bad. How ugly is this 2 minute chart for Mac? Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at it on the 15 even. I mean, just, topping tails, bottoming tails. Not smooth at all. And, coming into this resist, let me look where it got to. What was the high here? High was 695. 707 is the next high looking left, so got right into this area before it stalled. All right, guys, COGT, it's trying a little bit. I mean, there is some volume coming in, but you know what? I'm just waiting on this area way up here. Let's see if it can pop through that. Though I am just about ready to shut the room down, so. Well, guys, UTZ it's fading a little bit here. I just like this, underneath what you're seeing here, all this area. Yeah, I mean, yeah, look how parabolic this is. And this looks way above the channel. These are pretty interesting because, I mean, you short it now and you just put a stop right here, at the high. So you're going to know really quickly if it's going to work. Nice tight stop and you get out. And then, if it moves higher, you can always try to reshort it. And then your expectation maybe down here, 780, right in that little support area. Yeah, Pete, really pretty sad. I don't know. It's not on mine. It must be on something that Real is looking at. See, for me, see, the relative volume is too low. It would show up normally in something like this, but the relative volume, my filter, I believe, is either 3 or 4. I can't remember now. Yeah, it is 4. So I mean, these, it's just a little too light. Well, you have to have. I mean, I don't know where your stop is. What did you get in at? I mean, it's up to you. If you got in at the 590-ish, I mean, I don't know what your stop is. If you are using this stop, I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I don't listen. I mean, if I said, yeah, you should get out now, and then tomorrow you wake up tomorrow and it's at 7 popping. I mean, that's why you have to have the plan yourself. Okay. I mean, if you're frustrated because it's not moving very much, you can always move on. Sure. But right now, I mean, there's really no direction. If you got in on Monday, I mean, you had tremendous. I mean, from 682, or sorry, 5, whatever it was, 92, all the way up to what, 6, no, sorry, 762. Yeah, I would give anything to see his fractured English in here again, what people used to get so upset about. I would give anything to see that again. Well, if you got in today then at 611. Is that today? So you're looking at it more as a day trade then. Yeah, because I mean 6, you may not be able to get out at 6 if you're holding it overnight. There's Mac, as ugly as it looked. Look how ugly this is on the 15-minute. If you're wondering why I'm saying that, I mean, when you get these topping tails and bottoming tails, I mean, it can, maybe now it'll have a little better direction, but look at it on the daily chart. Yes, 56 million. So this will trade. What's that? About 4.5 times the float. Yeah, Disty was a great poster in here for several years, and unfortunately, he passed away about 2 years ago. GWSO. Yeah, so pink sheet stocks, not my specialty. Okay, so the chart itself. I mean, obviously, if you got in here, was that on Friday or yesterday? Friday. What am I saying? Monday. It's just not. It's just I have a tough time believing anything that happens in the pink sheets. So others might have a different idea. I don't even know what they do. It's Canadian. Okay, actually, so it's a Canadian stock. Does that mean it's listed in Toronto also? I mean, if it's co-listing, it's a bit of a difference then. Is it co-listed? Only pink. Okay. So it's not on Toronto. Now this is a really super late alert, TSEM. It's just alerting now because it just finally took out the high of yesterday. All right, guys. Again, because this is my long day, I wouldn't mind wrapping this up right now. I will stay if there are some questions. Otherwise, I'm going to shut the room down. So, are there any other questions? Yes, no? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Thanks a lot for all the help. I say I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So if you're into football, we got a football game this afternoon. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye. You too, Fred.